Welcome to our regularly scheduled Town Council meeting and public hearing for October 18th, 6:30 p.m. We welcome you and we want your input. We ask that you be respectful for those who have opposing views as well as those who have similar views. We want mutual respect. Right now we're going to ask City Secretary... Okay,
Roll call.
The clerk is asking for Herbert and Candy Fletcher to come up. You probably need to fill out something.
Roll call. Mike Jaffe, Councilmember Mike Jaffe.
Here.
Councilmember Brian Vinson.
Here.
Councilmember Terry Fowler.
Here.
Councilmember Simeon White.
Here.
Councilmember Tom Anderson.
Here.
Mayor Tara Senkovich.
Here. Okay, quorum is confirmed. Councilmember Mike Jaffe will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the invocation. All rise.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please bow your heads as we pray. Heavenly Father, thank you for this day. Thank you for the rain and for the rain that's to come. Our ground around here desperately needs it. Thank you for the opportunity to come here and be a part of our new little town. I pray, as Tara mentioned in her opening, for just mutual respect of everyone here, that we would be able to hear the voices, both the ones that agree with us and the ones that don't agree with us, and that we would do our best to work together to benefit all of the citizens of our town. There's a lot of different purposes being represented here tonight and on any given meeting night. It's difficult to sort through for the ones that we think will serve us the best over the long run. And I just pray, Lord, that you would guide our steps, each and every one, and bless our time together. Pray all these things in your Son, Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, under items of community interest, we are still looking for volunteers who have some carpentry skill to install a handicap ramp and a finished closet area for the town hall. We also want to say shout out to a special thanks to Councilmember Vinson, Councilmember Anderson, and Kevin Sinkovich for spreading donated soil, renting a trencher, and setting plumbing lines for the town hall. Special thanks to Kane Hansard for installing the meter base at the town hall. We do want to alert everyone that early voting has begun. Voting day is November 8th for poetry. We have on the ballot the sales and use tax referendum for 1.5% for the poetry roads is on the ballot. Please get out and vote and let your voice be heard that way. We have the financial report under reports. September end, deposits of $6,491.58 from Encore, the Q3, the third quarter Encore franchise fees. Then we had the quarter 3 of FEC franchise fees for $17,199.02. With debits, we had some stamps. We had a Brother printer drum unit, $151.99. Office supplies, $112. Locks electrical supplies for $78.59. Some more stamps. We have a lot of letters to send this month. For checks that were paid, it finally cleared the Roy City Sand and Gravel, the $31.50, the 4L gutters, $4.99. We have the secretary's pay, $922.50. The 7 entry signs were $376.95. Map work there is $250 total. Office supplies on the web expense were $151.58. Our newsletter, $56.37. The town hall electric bill was $42.40. Faith Temple utility reimbursement $50. FEC, the electric final bill at the old site was $14.49. The TML building insurance cleared that check at $359.60, leaving us with an ending bank balance of $56,502.02.
Are those the same entry signs that we purchased before, and it's just the check clearing now?
So that is the check clearing on the entry signs. The ones we had before were the no-through truck signs.
Remind me about the American Express while we're charging on American Express.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Remind me why we're charging on the American Express as opposed to using a debit card. I
That's a
didn't
whole
think-
nother topic.
We
We'll
don't
get-
have one. They wouldn't give us one.
We were denied.
You know, the town
We're,
doesn't
we,
have a credit
we're
card.
working now with Mr. Caperton to try and get a municipal, but I've applied to like 4 different ones and we've been rejected.
You know, I wonder, Tara, couldn't we get a preloaded debit? Go to Walmart and buy one and just put a few $1,000s on it? And
That's a whole nother
Yeah,
topic
it's
that
another
we,
topic,
yeah.
But we could do that. That doesn't require credit.
I mean, we have a debit card, but as the risk involved with that, I thought was significant, so. Yeah. Yep. We're working on that, though, with Mr. Caperton. All right. Thank you. Okay, on the H, consent agenda, we have the minutes for September 20th, 2022, the regular town council meeting and the budget public hearing. That is 5 pages.
As a point of order, Tara, we agreed some time back to have the packet material to us 120 days in advance, or 120 hours in advance.
A lot.
And both of these came in late, so I'd make a motion that we push these to the next meeting to give us the additional time to look them over.
So when did they come to you?
I don't know. Let me pull up my email.
Yesterday.
Yesterday? Okay, so we've also received from council members things that were the day before as well.
Well, and we should deny those.
Well,
Actually, they went to the attorney first.
well, minutes don't have to go to the attorney.
I understand, but we're
Yeah.
talking about the other things, so
Okay.
we'll just do them one at a time.
So I make a motion, we push these to the next meeting.
I'll second it.
Second?
All those in favor? Okay, that passes 4-0. Okay, I didn't see that. All right. So you understand that we have a part-time secretary, and she works very hard on getting those fine-tuned, and it's a lot of editing and re-editing to get absolutely correct.
I understand, and this is not a bash on her at all, but we seem to be in a pattern for the last year and a half of things coming in. I mean, we were getting things at 3 o'clock this afternoon for tonight's meeting, and we purposely set up 120 hours, and so we just need to back things up. If it's too much and too short for this meeting, it needs to be on the next meeting, in my opinion, so.
All right, so she works on Wednesdays and Fridays, and she's doing the very best she can. All right, so okay, so we have a public hearing at the end of this meeting that was number 15. When I spoke with Emily about that, I did not want to have that at the very end. I think a public hearing should be more at the beginning of the meeting. Since Emily, as of Tuesday, is no longer with the firm and has moved to a different firm, I did reach out to Patricia Adams to ask her what we can do. She said we can do a motion to move the public hearing to the top of the agenda and just make that item A. So I move to move the public hearing to the top of the agenda and rename it item A and then the map item B. Do we have a second?
Do we have any concern that people may be coming later in the evening to speak to that will not be here?
I think that would be about 11 o'clock at night, so I'm not real concerned about that.
Yeah, I would guess they're here probably.
Yeah. We've had actually complaints in the opposite. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second by Fowler to move the public hearing, item number 15, to the top for rename as item A. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously. Okay, so going on to item 15, which is now renamed item A. Discuss and hold a public hearing to take action on a comprehensive plan and future land use map as provided by the Planning and Zoning Subcommittee. If you have questions, we ask you to direct them to the chairwoman, Catherine Hartwig, and Mike Griffin. I will explain that the comprehensive plan is not zoning. It is separate. So it is simply a 3-page document that talks about the goals that we want for our future of poetry. In the packet, we do have that in the front of the packet. So I would ask Councilmember White, since you're on the committee, would you mind reading just the first section of that for those who weren't here at the last meeting, the mission statement?
Sure. Let's see. Can you hear me? Oh, in the back? Okay. It's a little close. All right. Mission statement is to protect our rural and agricultural lifestyle from the encroachment of persons, developers, and special districts who do not hold the rural spirit as a priority through the following means. 1, to keep development consistent with rural lifestyle. 2, regulating and/or preventing heavy industry, traffic, and high-density development while securing the rights of light manufacturing, home business, and property owners. 3, to hold dear the liberties of our citizens while being considerate of our neighbors by having as few rules as possible, and for these rules to be in keeping with rural lifestyle. And 4, to obtain revenue from utilities, businesses, and other entities in our area to keep taxes, especially property taxes, as low as possible or non-existent.
Okay, thank you, Simeon. So in this 3-page document, it goes on to support those very things. Is there any council member who would like to express anything about the comprehensive plan?
Are we including the map in this at this point?
I think it might behoove us to go through the comprehensive plan, the written word, and then attack the map, so we have some continuity. They're attached, but the written word is the written word. So we have in red are some of the add-ons that were made from the last meeting, I believe. Citizens who wanted to add it, had some suggestions. So
Catherine's saying no.
you say no. Do you want to come up and speak? Catherine is the chairwoman of that.
Catherine Hardwick. Can you hear me? Is this one on? Okay. You can hear me now? Yep. There we go. Sweet spot. 9988 County Road 2430. What was the question? Sorry.
We had some questions about the red. The
Oh,
red.
the red is how we wrote it. We had a council member suggest consolidating that into just the word businesses. We like the detail. It's up to you guys if you want to make that change. But we feel that you guys need to be involved in that. And so this is your opportunity to say, we like it the way it is. We want to change a few words. And while I'm up here, let me say, same with the map. These things are fluid. We need input. We've spent a lot of money and time and energy getting this to where it is right now. We don't want to spend any more money on a map until we know what the final product's going to look like. So
And-
if you
yeah.
see that and you think there's a problem, please talk to one of us so that we can get that addressed tonight.
And much of that was donated funds, just so you know.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So,
And could we get a little clarity? The comprehensive land use map and our document here, the 3-page document, are actually going to be the same document, right?
Correct. This is one piece. Think of it as a mission statement. It is not binding. I fully expect that when we come back and review it in 5 years, that there will be changes to be made. So this is our vision that follows the mandate that the committee was given, which is to keep poetry. That means we want to stay like this. This is what we wish It's not binding, it's not a legal document, other than the town endorses it as a mission statement. So this is your opportunity to tweak it, to make it more specific, to make it broader, however you feel represents the town of Poetry. We don't want this to be just cookie cutter, this is what a committee said. We're not professionals, we're your neighbors.
Thanks, Catherine.
Thank you, Catherine. So I guess on the current land use distribution, it has 0 to 1.99 acre lots at 2.2% and 2 to 4.99 acre lots at 8.6% and the 5+ acre lots at 89.2%. I would like to see a footnote as to how we derive those numbers so that for future comprehensive plans, we will be using the same method so that it's consistent. Do we have?
Was this put into the public for review, city website or anything?
It has been on for 3 days. It's been on Neighbor, and it is posted as needed by the state.
I guess the neighborhood deal is not our official communication with the city. Have we posted it on the city website for review?
No, we have not.
Okay.
Now, apparently, so we are not required to do that for
No,
this?
we're not required
Yeah.
to. This is acting on behalf of the citizens and bringing them as much knowledge as we can so they can make educated decisions so they can speak.
I mean, any of you are welcome to put it on your social media if you would like to. So I guess the other suggestion that I thought of was we have it lumped business in the yellow. I think that churches and the school, some may have issue with that. I think it should say business/nonprofit, just as a point of clarification. So that was my only suggestion there, other than the footnote.
Since you're back, Catherine, I was looking at the map here. I just happened to notice, I guess it's up there also, it says future land use map. But isn't this kind of an as-built? I mean, it's September 2022 snapshot of what exists today.
No, that will be the zoning map. This is a future planning map. This is
So this is what we
So-
want to hold it to.
This is what we would like it to stay with. We have full expectation that there will be pressure to change some of this. And you'll see that we have strayed outside of the strict city limits in our coloring. And that was not by accident. That is including mother tracks that touch the city. So I really want to make it very clear that the comprehensive plan is not binding, and it is not the same thing as Planning and Zoning Committee, zoning ordinances, zoning map. That's a whole different ballgame. It requires, when we get to that point, if we get to that point, it requires 3 weeks' notice for a public hearing, and it needs to be in a newspaper, and it needs to be posted. And we do not want to do this in the dark. So my point that I would really like to make tonight is that we have an email up there, poetryplanning@gmail.com. We're doing our best to take your questions, formulate an answer that will apply across the board. This is not you get a special treatment. It's, you bring your question, it's going to apply across the board. We're going to come up with an answer as the committee. We will put it back out there. Pushback's welcome. We're fine with that. This is a town for all of us, not for just me, not for just Brian. It's for everybody. Sorry, I just picked on you because you're in the front. So I really want to make that very clear that this is our mission statement. This is where we're going. This is to guide us and future councils for any zoning ordinances. Does your zoning ordinance that you want to pass, does it meet this kind of goal? Does it fit within this mission plan? And so this is the starting point. But it's not It's not binding. It's not going to tell anybody that they have to do something or change something or they can't do something. It's not that kind of thing. It's to help all of us as we make our decisions. So that's where I want you to look at it. That's the way I want you to see it.
I have two questions for you. First off, I submitted a change to the map. Is it just because we don't want to pay for another printing? That's why it's
That's
not
it.
reflected?
We know, we've got your plan. We've got your change, right?
Okay,
You've got Brian's change.
okay. So that
And-
was,
And we're just going to draw all over
Can
so
you,
that we
can you state your two changes, please?
there were, the lots by my house I'm familiar with. So the tracks that are inside the city limits join other tracks that are managed as single use. So I drew those out, and Lumpy's Electric.
Okay.
to
Right,
specify it
and-
as a business.
Please, please, make sure that we get as many of those as possible. We would like to have a finished map, but we don't want to keep going back to
Right.
Dorothy, who's our GIS specialist, to have her put something in and then come back and do another, 1 inch of green. And so if we can get that all together and put it together as one, whatever y'all approve, as amended, then we can take it to Dorothy next week or later this week and have that finished.
Now, I had heard that agrarian had the definition of 5 acres and up. Is that true? Or
Is it 499? It's 5.
5 and up?
5 and
Okay,
up.
so agrarian, the green area,
Right.
is 5 acres and up. Okay.
Ju-
Doesn't-
I'm going to go ahead and get my other question out, and then I'll come back to that one. As far as your email address, just to set expectations, do you have any idea how long the turnaround period would be on a question that's asked?
No, I've been out of the office for 2 days, so I've put up a autoresponder that will explain that we're going to take your question, and then we're going to put it out to the entire committee so that we can have it back as some sort of group discussion, because nowhere in this plan is it one-person show. This is a committee of your neighbors, and every voice gets heard. Sometimes it gets a little heated. That's okay.
Okay, so the expectation would be you're not going to get an immediate response.
Correct.
Okay.
And we meet almost every Wednesday. We won't meet tomorrow because we'll stay up, we're meeting tonight. And we can farm some of these answers out and get this back done by email, but it really, all of us work. This is volunteer. You get extra time. And some days I don't have any extra time, so.
So an edit that I would suggest on the land sizes, we have like, right now, 499 is the top on
Pink.
single family, on pink, yeah.
Biggest
And
state.
then green takes over at 5. Unfortunately, the way the acreage goes, there could be a 499, 713. So I would say 499 plus begins, and then you break the increments down so that, we have a very specific definitive range.
Okay, that's good. I like that.
Okay, so let's start with citizen comments. Chad McFarland?
Chad McFarland, 19850, FM 986. I want to remind the council that a comprehensive plan is not a statutory requirement. Towns are not required to implement one. I would also like to warn the council that due to the change on the agenda, this being moved to the front, that any action taken on this agenda item is subject to challenge under the Texas Open Meetings Act. So I think there needs to be a lot more citizen input. There is just now, this email requesting citizen input is just now being published. Answers aren't being put out, being received by the public yet. So you have not gotten anywhere near enough citizen input on this plan. And one of the questions I have is how this has any authority outside the city limits, because that map is deceptive on the amount of, or the reach of the authority of this town.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chad.
You know,
Kevin?
I can speak to that a little bit if you'd like. Specifically on the reach, this isn't a zoning document, and you are 100% correct that for zoning, no matter what happens, that'll only be applied to the town limits. This is kind of more of a overall like city statement, or, well, I mean town, don't get on to me. Town document or idea, so it would apply to any ordinance that may apply to the ETJ, like a subdivision or plating ordinance, for example. This would also help guide that ordinance to make sure that it's still in keeping with rural lifestyle, and that one may reach out into the ETJ. So that's why the comprehensive plan needs to include anything the town can affect, ETJ or not, but whenever we drill down and do a zoning map, which will be different, that'll just be within the town limits.
And 311-foot strips, so you want to zone my front yard, but my backyard will be free.
That's right, if we do a zoning document, which this is a separate thing.
And, okay, you're out of order. So Catherine, you're out of order. You are out of order. Ms. Hibbs, you need to stop now, or I will have someone escort you out. You are way out of order. You are out of order, Ms. Hibbs. You were out of order last meeting. It does not matter, the votes. All right, I need Daryl Watson. I need you to escort Ms. Hibbs out, please. It is totally in our purview to do that. You were disruptive last meeting and very rude. You interrupted a speaker calling time before the time. It is in our purview to do so. She's being very disruptive. Ms. Hibbs. Ms. Hibbs, you are out of order. It is in our purview to do so, and you've been disruptive. The last meeting, you were interrupting a speaker calling time 40 seconds before the time. Can you behave yourself? Can you behave yourself? No. We don't have to do that. All right, so Ms. Hibbs, if you can remain silent when you're supposed to be silent and be respectful of everyone else's time, you'll have one more chance, but that's it. No, ma'am, you cannot.
So, did she sign up for the item?
No, she did not. She was not signed up on number 15. You're disrupting our meeting, so you know what? Ms. Hibbs, if you don't sit down and behave yourself, we're gonna have to ask you to leave and escort you out.
I don't know why not. Point of order. Mayor, at the end of the people that are signed up, may council recognize Ms. Hibbs to speak?
No, we cannot.
We cannot request
We
Ms.
can't
Hibbs.
make a motion and vote?
She's not signed up to speak. That's breaking the rules. She's been disruptive. You're rewarding her for being disruptive. I think that's not good.
Well,
I am the chair of this committee. She has been disruptive. She's not signed up, as everyone else has done so. We're taking way too much time on this. Kevin Sinkovich would like to speak.
Could I request a short recess?
yes. No?
We are not going to allow someone who's disrupting the meeting to get her way because she throws a hissy fit.
Okay, I'm gonna go against that, Tara, and make a motion that we allow Ms. Hibbs at the end of this list to speak, and you can vote it up or down, but I'm
She-
gonna put a motion out
She
there.
is signed up
I'll
to
second
speak
it.
on number 2, and she signed up to speak on number 4.
No, I'm speaking specifically about this. So you have a
Okay.
motion and you have a second on the floor.
There's an action item on this, and the action that Mike makes is for her to speak.
I'm not encouraging
Yes, you
rioting.
are.
No.
Yes, you are. You're encouraging,
Why don't, Tara, the
why
same
don't you
could be,
just-
look at the mirror.
You can
Look
take
at the
the vote.
reflection.
all right, so I, just let it be known that I disagree with that. I think
That's
that's
fine.
atrocious to allow someone who's been disruptive at 2 meetings now to have her way. I don't agree with that
That's
at all.
fine. You have a motion and a second.
Okay, you're out.
Yeah, they're a little busy.
Can we call for a vote?
5-minute recess.
That's what he's asking for.
Okay. Meeting resumes. We have a motion on the table. We have a second. All those in favor of allowing Ms. Hibbs, who is not signed up to speak, raise your hand. And all those opposed? And that fails, 3-2. Okay, next to speak, Kevin Sinkovich. Robin Followill? Okay, so we're going to take another 5-minute recess. Okay, so, all right, so we are on the public hearing for the comprehensive plan. Robin Followill, you're next, if you would like to speak. Robin is also on the subcommittee.
So I got to do the name and the address, all that still too? Okay. So Robin Followville, 10658 County Road, 2400. So the only thing I was just going to add, I know earlier you had asked about, you wanted churches and nonprofit listed, and that was something that Catherine didn't mention, but that would be something that's specifically on our zoning map, not the comprehensive map. So I was just being able to answer your question on that. And I just wanted to encourage everybody to send emails, to the planning and zoning if you have questions, you have concerns, you want to, if you feel like something should or shouldn't be changed, to just let us know. And like Catherine said, we all have jobs, but we will do our very best to try to get answers to questions in a timely manner as much as we can. And feel free to talk to any of us when you get a chance.
Thank you. And we so appreciate all the volunteers on the P&Z subcommittee. Thank you so much for all your time. Shelley Smith.
Shelley Smith, 18730 FM 1565, Terrell. Are we still talking about number 15?
We are in the public hearing. Yes, ma'am.
And it's to take action on a comprehensive plan and future land use map as provided by the Planning and Zoning Committee. However, Catherine has said that's not finished. How are we taking action on a map that's not finished?
We may not, or we may.
So we're not really doing what's on the agenda?
It says discuss,
No,
the first
no.
word.
Discuss, hold a public hearing, and take action.
Okay.
All three.
Anything
Okay,
else?
now, my question is, did Dorothy Dillon make the P&Z comprehensive plan map?
I don't know. Okay, so Catherine's nodding her head.
She says yes.
Oh, yes, okay. Did Dorothy Dillon also make the original incorporation map that had a problem by illegally incorporating a portion of Terrell's ETJ?
She did do that map. as
Did
well.
Dorothy Dillon also do the FEC map that illegally charged franchise fees to non-poetry citizens? Another
You're
problem?
mixing things here. The map, there was nothing wrong with the map that was presented to FEC. Nothing. It was the same map both times.
But we have Dorothy Dillon doing another map. We've had so many maps messed up, which to the tune of a considerable amount of money.
You're wrong on that. You're wrong.
Well, let me just say it this way. The first map, the ETJ, fooled me once. The second map, FEC, fooled me twice. You fool me a third time, and it's Houston, we have a problem.
I've corrected you. You're wrong on both counts. Okay, so Patrick Smith?
Patrick Smith, 187 30 15 65. I don't understand what's going on right now. I do not understand. Probably one of the biggest decisions that this council will make is this comprehensive plan. And yet, the comprehensive plan's not final. The map is not final. And so I'm just curious, what would the council take action on tonight? And how would you vote? I heard Catherine say everything's fluid. So what are we, once again, what are we wasting our time on? Okay, thank you for that answer. Can anybody clarify to me, is this meeting intended to satisfy the provisions of Section 213.003 of the Texas Local Government Code? Anybody? What are we doing? Let me ask this. Does anybody know, is this a hearing at which the public is given the opportunity to present testimony and present written evidence?
We're listening to you right now.
But you won't answer, is that right?
We do not have to.
Oh, okay, you don't have to. They don't have to answer in Venezuela either. Is that the new standard for the town of Poetry?
I'm here listening to you. We are all here listening to you.
Okay, but you're saying I can ask all the questions I want, I'm wasting my time.
I think they're
Okay,
good questions, Patrick. I don't have a good answer. I think we're going to work through this over the next few minutes and see where it goes.
Okay, were businesses included as part of the homestead for the plan, for the comprehensive map? Nobody knows. Okay.
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
And just for clarification, are you not answering, or are you taking your Fifth Amendment right? I'd like to know. That lady's out of order, did you hear? Okay.
She shushed.
We see how it works.
She shushed.
All right. I thought earlier somebody said the qualification to be agrarian is if you had 5 acres. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have, on the map over there somehow, my wife and I, who've lived out here for over 2 decades, have raised cattle and have 20 acres. We're not zoned agrarian.
Well, and that's why we're here to correct anything that needs to be done. It'll take hours to make those changes, and I think we're here to listen to everyone's viewpoints so that we don't have to, I think this is like the 5th map or something, so the volunteers who are donating the money for those maps are like, okay, let's hear everyone's viewpoints, let's hear the council, and then let's make that final map. So we're here to listen.
Okay, so, but if that's true.
And it's not zoning. It is a comprehensive plan.
I
It's
said
what
the
we hope for our area.
Comprehensive map, the comprehensive land use map, okay?
I would like to speak to that real quick.
Okay, I'd love
two
to have
quick
you speak
things.
to it.
Absolutely. I can't answer everything, but I will note that the 5 acres is something we envision, or something we've at least discussed for the zoning. It's not technically part of this comprehensive plan, I'll admit, and we could actually change the land to anything we want. If the council ends up saying, no, we don't want 5 acres, we want 6 acres for agrarian, they can do that later on. The comprehensive plan doesn't expressly say it. It breaks it down into 0 to 1.99 acres, but then it doesn't say that's part of, it doesn't say that's pink or purple or green on the map. It's actually not quite that specific. But I would really be interested to know where your property is on there, because tonight's the night I'd like to get the map squared away. Is there any chance you could show us generally?
And I appreciate that, I sincerely do. But here, what to me is, outrageous is not a strong enough word. My neighbors, the Scotts, my neighbor Linda Strickland, came to the meeting and spoke with people at the P&Z, and they thought they had some kind of an assurance that their acreage, which is far larger than mine, it would be changed to agrarian. And if I'm not misreading that map, you're getting ready to vote to say, okay, we're going to say yours is also a single-family homestead, which is not right.
No, Ms. Scott's is on the agenda, or is on the list to change. That is one of the things she spoke last meeting, after the meeting, and so yes, that is on. Again, these maps are what, $70? So they just are taking a list of ones they want to change, and then they'll do that.
Okay, but ma'am, how do the citizens voice their opinions when the map you've got displayed over there is not correct?
We're entertaining amendments as we go. That's what we're here for.
You know, a
One
quick
final-
point of order, if I could. I really do want to hear the rest of this, but you should say that you should extend the time.
I didn't know the time. I didn't hear you. I was kind of
Yes, the
looking
time-
over here. Oh, okay, your time's up.
Okay.
I didn't know that.
I
But
would
you
You
can
guys,
also
please
extend
say
it.
that louder, because I was
Okay.
looking over there and I didn't know the time was up.
I asked
So
for-
your time is
Okay,
over.
I would request the council give me 30 seconds to read something
Your
that
time is up.
Okay,
Thank
so-
you. We have a long night, sir. Thank you. All right, Mike Griffin?
Mike Griffin, 6247 Dry Creek Run. I am a member of the P&Z committee and have put some time and effort into this, and am responsible for quite a bit of the verbiage that's in the comprehensive plan that's being considered. I want to ask the council to be very careful about moving forward with the land use map, because I think we've got to take a serious look at that, some of the things that need to be corrected. I was using the general guideline of under 2 acres, 2 to 5, and 5 and above, but I don't know that that has to be hard and fast. If someone has 4.1 acres and they want to show that as agrarian, I think that we should be able to take that into consideration. And because the future land use map is referenced in the comprehensive plan, I think that we need to be careful about finalizing that and getting citizen input on their particular piece of property before we adopt the comprehensive plan, please.
So would you suggest that we just adopt the mission statement and the actual verbiage of this and later adopt the map itself, or should we hold off on everything in your opinion?
Well, my suggestion, and I hope that it's possible, but I'm not a lawyer and I don't have any experience in these matters, but I would think that we could adopt the comprehensive plan and change the language in the comprehensive plan to reference the future land use map as amended, and give ourselves the opportunity to correct the things on there that are not correct, and publish this somewhere where the citizens have an opportunity to review that and see how is their property being represented in our vision, because we may have colored it wrong, or there may have been an error in the creation of the map, but because this is going to be a very, I think, important document, we need to get it right before we make it part of the permanent record.
Just as a point of clarity, so I can make a better decision, have you gotten extensive feedback from the public about the wording of the comprehensive plan?
Not the wording of the comprehensive plan, no, sir. I've had some requests for corrections on the map, but not the wording of the comprehensive plan.
Thank you, Mike. Josh Sinkovich? He's pass. Herbert Fletcher? Pass. Candy Fletcher? Okay. Thank you. All right, that's all of our signed up to speak.
I'd like to discuss this a little more, and hearing Patrick's heart. Mr. Smith, I share the same feeling, and I just want that to be said in here. I do serve on this same committee, and I'm one of 9, and we do have a lot of good volunteers. I've said it before that I didn't really have a vision for this town. I had a memory, and I'm glad you spoke up, because those larger parcels of land, I want them to remain the same. And this council is not going to last forever. In my opinion, I think if that is in my mind, and now I'm one of 5 votes instead of one of 9 in the subcommittee, if my heart's going to be out on the table too, is I want this to stay agrarian and advertise to anybody that's coming in. People are going to look at this future land use map. And if we want to advertise this town as an agrarian town, what better to do than paint it green as we can? So back to the question I asked earlier, if this was published on the city website, I think that's going to be our best. I'm not a social media guy. I'm sorry, but I think we can at least direct people to a city website, or I think that's going to be their first place to search for this document. I don't have a problem with the comprehensive plan. I think the committee has done a really good job, but I really don't want to pass these in a piecemeal. I would rather let more time go by, let people shoot holes in this, and that's what we're up here to do, is represent them. So I wouldn't support a piecemeal passing of this, and I would like citizens to speak up and bring this back to the subcommittee to paint some of this area as green.
Okay, I agree. I would like to move that we put this on the website. I don't feel like I have the authority to put things up there piecemeal. So I would move that we do put this on the website, allow folks to give feedback, send it to the poetryplanning@gmail.com, and therefore we have additional feedback from all of our citizens who might want an opportunity to do so. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion made to put this up on the online on our website. It's been seconded by Fowler. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously.
Let me ask you real quick, Tara, whenever you do that, would you wait till the next planning and zoning meeting, though, so we can get some of the edits? I also found some minor discrepancies in the current land use distribution, because I was looking into that. So if you would just wait till the next rendition, I hate to have too many
Well,
different
that'll be
ones out
next
there.
Wednesday, maybe? Okay. So it'll, 26th, okay?
And if someone's not that good at reading a map, it's okay. We all have GPS in our vehicles now. So if you really, truly don't know where you're at or have a question, don't hesitate to reach out. I can find you on CAD if you just call and tell me what your address is, and I can tell you what color it is. And I don't mind being that point of contact if you're confused about the map.
Okay, that'll allow them to make some of the edits that have already been mentioned, and then maybe be open to additional edits as requested. Okay, moving on. We have regular agenda item number 1. Discuss and take action to amend the council's rule of procedure to move public comments to the beginning of regular and special council meetings, to adjust public comment time, and to remove general public comment at the end of each meeting agenda. Also to limit expert presentation to 15 minutes each for regular meetings. So last year, June of 2021, we had 19 agenda items, and our meetings finished an hour earlier than they have been now. So it's not the number of items necessarily. We've had a lot more citizen comments, which I have had a lot of comments that boy, your meetings are so long. I wish I could just say what I want to say at the beginning of the meeting, and I don't have to wait through 3.5, 4 hours, 4.5 hours to get said what I want to say. So with that in mind, we're taking a look at that. We would also like to, some of the research that Ms. Anderson has done is when I first called Will Trevino last year trying to figure out how we put an agenda together, the law does state that, as the 2019 rule is that we do need to let citizens be heard on, if they want to be heard on each agenda item, but it is up to the council to decide when that occurs. And so and the way we're doing it now is more like a public hearing. None of the towns, the 11 towns in the surrounding areas do it the way we're doing it. None of them. And so I was hopeful that it would be productive citizen engagement. I feel like it's just making our meetings drag down. And so if it's not working, let's try and change it. I think there's be some benefits to having it all at the beginning. Again, you don't have to wait for 4 hours of meeting to say what you want to say. So we do have.
Can we speak on this first?
Yes. So we have. Council, do you want to say something?
I agree with you about how long we spend on this stuff. The only thing, and I've asked for a long time, why we can't put our agenda packets for public review prior to the meeting, and that's why I do enjoy hearing them after we talk about it. I think they need to hear the hearts of the council and see which direction we want to take or what it looks like we're going to take. So until we can shore something up that they have more time to review our agenda packets, I really think we're asking them to speak uneducatedly at the beginning of the meeting.
Well, and
Well,
guess.
do you want to volunteer to put those online? We don't have someone to do that.
Hold on, I'll throw in that because I'm pretty much on the same board. I think that we should go ahead and move forward with this, but I do want to see, that we get some agenda items and not just more specificity, but actually present some materials to the public,
Okay.
especially any ordinance that we may pass. If we're going to pass a written ordinance, that should be absolutely available, and even some research material, like as long as we're allowed to. I know there's certain things we can't give to everybody, and maybe bids are one of them. But if we can show the public what we're looking at, that's always better in my opinion. I also think that when we end up doing this, that we will do a briefing at the start before any public comments, because the agenda items, we don't want to make them too lengthy, and we really need some more description in there so people can speak to it and understand what we're talking about. So I think that the mayor, whether it be Tara or otherwise in the future, would give a briefing and an overview on each topic and then let the general comments happen. I don't know if that's something we put in here, maybe not, but just as a general rule, to go ahead and inform people before they give those comments at the start.
So what you're describing, Simeon, is good, but we don't have it. So if we were to pass this tonight, we're going to have a period of time where people are going to be kind of guessing. I mean, I'm trying to imagine if I were sitting in the audience commenting on one of these items as it's written, I would be sort of guessing as to exactly what the detail was, and kind of to Terry's point, just knowing where the heart of the council is. I mean, we're not allowed to discuss this outside of an open meeting, and they may or may not get a chance to get to us to kind of see where we're at. So I'm just trying to figure out how they would get perspective on this thing. So my concern would be if this were to be passed tonight, this change, but we're not ready with posting on websites and making all of those commitments, then I think we've taken a step backwards, just my mind.
So if there is a way for someone to volunteer to upload all of that, we do have the packet posted by state law 72 hours in advance of the meeting at the town hall. So, but to scan all that in would take hours. So I don't know. We just don't have anybody to do that right now.
Well, agendas and packets are different, and I do agree there's going to be a lot of scanning, but most of this stuff is digitally sent to us. And that's not a
Well,
scan,
then-
that's a save and post. And I don't know anything about the internet, but to say we have to scan it, that's not completely accurate.
I think what I would want, or what I envision, is just everything that we don't have to keep to ourselves, everything that you send us in the packets, we just also make that publicly available. And, we'd want to get it, sooner than 20 minutes before the meeting. I think that was said already. And we can push things, but just getting as much as we can that we're already receiving out there. And I'll also throw out, because a lot of people reached out to me about this topic, and it was actually both ways. I got to say, a lot of people wanted to keep it the way it was, and there were also a lot of people that have, just recently because of this agenda item, but also in the past, reached out to me and said, I will not sit through a 5-hour meeting. Some of the people said, I can't. My schedule will not allow it, and I want to speak to these agenda items, and there are a lot that are number 15 on the list, and some people can't stay till 11:30. Not only do I think that'll shorten the meetings, but I want to make sure people can actually speak to these items and not have to gut out 5 hours of the meeting. So I've just had a lot of requests for those people, and a
Now-
lot that specifically requested that I go ahead and take action to help them out in that.
It is a really good goal to have those available online. I just don't know, with a part-time secretary who works 14 hours a week, who hasn't even had an opportunity yet to be trained on Wix, the website yet, because there's been so many demands put on her. She's only, it's been 7 weeks that she had a week off, and that was pre-planned. So, we're still working on the training of that. So that's a lot to ask. And so I do think it's a good goal. I've said that all along. We are an itty-bitty baby town, and I do know that the type A general law towns around our size, Crandall and Talty, they do have 2 meetings a month that last about 2.5 hours. So we're going to condense it into one to save money and time. Then it's going to be a longer meeting. It's just the way it rolls. So I think it's a good goal. If we have a volunteer who might be available, who has that expertise to post those. And remember, now, a lot of times the packet materials, the research, now some of the council members are, could go step forward and produce some of the research. We had 69 pages on this packet. That's a lot of paper, a lot of copying. Whatever secretary can't do, I'm having to make up. I'm already working 40 hours a week plus on the town. She's working 14 hours a week. So remember, I'm unpaid. I'm doing the very best that I can. And I'm paying someone else to take care of the website 25 hours a month as it is, but I'm not going to ask her to work nights and weekends to get the packet up online. I can't do that. So, all right, so
Okay,
we
well,
have some citizens?
Actually, on this one, I can see it from so many angles that I get dizzy. So I was wanting to hear what the council has to say. I also want to hear what the people have to say, but I haven't heard from Mr. Anderson yet.
I guess, yeah, first of all, our goal is to get this town up and running. And by staying here 5 hours, as Simeon said, at night for these long extended meetings, it's not serving our purpose or the community's purpose. I think the goal of this is to get it down to a reasonable amount of time, like our neighbors who usually, when I've talked to them, said they rarely would go past 10 o'clock. Well, to me, that should be our goal. Cut this back so by 10 o'clock, we're walking out the door. This proposal that we have is focused on that, in my mind, is to get us out the door quicker. Now, there's pros and cons about it, of course, but that's our goal, because if we're going to get this town up and running, we can't do it by wearing everybody down for 5 hours in a meeting. We've got to get people out of here, citizens and council, at 10 o'clock at night, and that's enough. That's
I agree.
I definitely agree with that. Now, one of the analytical parts of my brain, we have 5-hour meetings. Generally, we, the council, talk for about 4 hours and 15 minutes of those 5-hour meetings. So we're talking about potentially reducing public comment for less than 20% of our meeting time. So,
Have you done a study on that? Are you sure about that?
It's roughly, it's not in every situation, but roughly over
Well,
the
we just
months.
need to make y'all less long-winded.
Well, there is the option of reducing the number of agenda items as well.
Well, again, we had 19 agenda items, and I have a council member right now that was mad at me because we didn't put something on this agenda. I'm like, look, it
I
was
think you have
passed.
two.
Two. I'm like, okay, two council members angry with me that we didn't put their item on, and I'm like, look, we're already full up, and it's past the deadline anyway, but we're full up, and I feel badly about that, but look, this is enough, but, I understand they each have their own causes, and, that they feel are important, but we've got to,
I think it's going to help with focus, too, at least for me, and there's been studies, this is most people, I mean, I know I'm not alone in this. Whenever I'm doing a task, just being able to do all that portion of the task speeds things up quite a bit. Where, unfortunately, I mean, there's no perfect way to do it. Like Mr. Anderson said, pros and cons. But we are constantly being interrupted during this entire thing, and our focus is somewhat fractured. I mean, maybe the most extreme example of that was earlier in this meeting at, the item we just talked about. It's just that fractured attention, I think, is slowing us down as well. I think, the comment being all together is going to help, but I also think just our attention being more focused will also cut down the time.
I agree with that.
I think, I appreciate your comment, Brian, because I feel like we're taking the cars off, or the wheels off the car to make it lighter, but it's not going to be a car anymore. I think the citizen input is important. I don't think it's the big problem with our meetings. To me, the big problem with the meeting is that we come in here. We don't set the agenda. We can contribute to it, but we have no idea going in what's going to be on the agenda, so we really can't study up and prepare. Because of OMA, and I'm not debating the validity of it, we can't rehearse or talk or anything else. So I would kind of take the mountain climbers rule of thumb here. Don't cut the rope that you're hanging on until you've got the second rope in place. So I don't disagree, Simeon, with your idea of moving over, but I think if we do a hot cut, we're going to leave ourselves in the gap, and guess what? My bet would be we'll never come back and add those things that we said we were going to do to allow the citizens, because the heat will be off. So if I voted for anything, it would be that we leave it alone until we can get those other things in place or some reasonable facsimile of them, and then move over to the new one.
Well, and you mentioned citizen engagement. And I definitely agree. But if we're only hearing from our citizens for 3 minutes a month, that's not citizen engagement anyway. I encourage people to reach out to me in email, and there's other places to engage than from this podium. So I really wish that I would hear from more. I do have a couple of repeat customers that I appreciate hearing from. So, that's good. So, and I wish more people would do that, because we shouldn't be sitting up here completely blind to what our folks are thinking until they have a chance to speak at a microphone.
I think actually, to speak to that, this is we have one time a month to get things done for this community. And I think to Simeon's point, we do need to focus, and we are duly elected as representative leaders for this, to vote things in and just figure things out for this town. And if we're interrupted so much that it pushes the meeting so late, I think it really does help. It makes us lose focus. And if 11 other towns around us figured this out, that it wasn't productive to do it the way we're doing it, then maybe we need to change it. And I'm open to, if it is not working well, we need to look at that. Now, I do understand the dilemma.
We also don't want to be like every other town around us.
Well,
But
and that was why I chose to try and have citizen engagement every single item, and let us have that dialogue back and forth. But the downside is that it's bottlenecking. I feel like it's bottlenecking us. We're not being as productive as we could be. All right, Chad.
One more thing, just to finish off my thought. Now, I said that I would like for people to reach out to us. I can hear the collective, but we don't know what you're going to talk about. So how can we reach out to you? tell us your thoughts. Tell us what you think of poetry. Tell us what you would like to see. Tell us, just give us a story about poetry, something that we know when we're starting to deliberate, that's going to be in the back of our minds so that we know something about what the citizens think about poetry outside of strictly what's on the agenda. Perhaps what you present to us could become an agenda item, either for an ordinance or to purposefully exclude something. So that's the last of my commentary.
It goes away.
I guess I would add one point. I don't think this number one is going to be the only answer. We're going to shorten the meetings. We've got other things we've got to do too. But this is one thing that can be done that would help. Having said that, my wife, on her own, without any instigation, has called a number of different cities around us, talked to the secretaries to find out how they do it and how they manage to get their meetings shorter. And so she's worked up some information, and then when the appropriate time, well, I think she has some interesting information to present on this point. I do think, though, this is not the only thing to do. There are other issues that we have to address to make it more efficient.
Okay, so we're going to try and move on with citizen comments. Chad McFarland. We're going to make everybody hustle up. Time's clicking. Maybe we have folks
make
sit
them sit up
closer.
front,
You sit up closer so we don't have to wait.
Chad McFarland, 19850 FM 986. It seems like it's getting, the direction that the town is heading is less input from the citizens, less information out to the citizens. It's like pulling teeth to get information from this town. I submitted a request to get a copy of the budget the day after the last meeting. I received a fee schedule, but I didn't receive a budget. Other information requests that I've received have been incomplete. Citizens are regularly interrupted when they're standing up to speak. And now, as you're beginning to implement some of what can be some of the most intrusive laws and regulations, zoning, you're trying to limit the input from the citizens. And so...
Clarification on that. For zoning, if it is required a public hearing, so you will not be, so the public hearing would be different from this. This is not for public hearings.
Yeah, and thank you for proving my point about being interrupted.
All right, Tanya Pollock.
Tanya Pollock, 60964 Post Lane. Terrell, I support to make public comments at the beginning of the meeting so that all topics can be discussed in a timely manner to move the item agendas forward. The town council is kind enough, volunteering, like Tom said, not to stay here 5 hours every meeting, to get us out, to hear our voices, and we should not take advantage of that time given to us. We would like more citizens to come and speak and be a part and give their ideas, questions, concerns. I don't think they want to do that if we're here for 5 hours. So let's pick a few topics, state your opinions, concerns, questions, and move forward. Thank you for your consideration. I appreciate the job that each and every one of you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya.
Thank you, Tanya. Kevin Sinkovich.
Kevin Sinkovich, 11090 CR 2400. I just want to say that I agree with Simeon, I agree with Tom, I agree with you, Brian, on I think what's really happening is there's a number of folks that are leaving the meeting or not even coming to the meeting. I've had several people come up to me And some of them in my family, and some of them here right now that have said, I can't make it to the end of the meeting. I really have something I need to say or something I need to contribute, and I can't make it to the end of the meeting. So I think we're actually disenfranchising some folks, or a good number of folks that want to actually speak on this subject. And I like the internet idea, Terry. If you know, our government is getting swamped with public information requests. It's taken a lot of time. Maybe if you can help to figure out how to get someone can do more of the scanning, maybe some more hours to the secretary. Maybe a secretary just spends time doing that. Tara's right. She spends a good bit, you know, of her personal just trying to take care of people that are uploading things to keep our website. And you know, if you guys pass some extra time for a secretary that's spending all of her time doing public information requests, that would, or figure out something similar to that, that would be very helpful.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin.
Catherine Hartwick.
Well, I'm one of those people who doesn't want to stay to the end, because I'm like Cinderella, and when it's bedtime, I need to go. My carriage is turning into a pumpkin. I want to say that we want, on the Planning and Zoning Committee, the subcommittee, we really do want public input. And we want to have, if we had a venue that was easy to get to, we would have already done another public meeting. We've done one. Please, 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 use the poetryplanning@gmail and let us know what you're thinking. Maybe we can take a load off the council and shorten these meetings. But it's really important that our voices can be heard. So I hope we can figure out a way to make that happen.
Thank you, Catherine.
Thanks, Catherine.
Tracy Hibb.
Tracy Hibbs, 9441 County Road, 2432. Is the City of Poetry a state entity? So is it governed by the state?
Yes.
It's a type A general law town. Yes, we are under the auspices of the state.
Okay. So most state governments are open 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. So I would like to make a suggestion that we give Teresa more hours during the week to be able to do the things that she needs to do.
Thank you. Shelley Smith.
Okay, Shelley Smith, 18730 FM 1565. Brian is correct, sort of. The last 4 meetings, I actually calculated it, for citizen comments averaged 45 minutes per meeting, which is not 20%, it was 17%. And I speak on an average of about 4 times per meeting. I pass frequently. That's 12 minutes. All I ask is give me 12 minutes to talk to you guys. If you move all of the comments to the very front, okay, so that we have to speak before anything else, we have 3 minutes to speak on 15 items. Take that into account. Legally, you need to double check and see if general public comments must be on the agenda. I believe it must. If you did a council online message board like we had recommended before, then the citizens can watch you guys thinking in real time, and our questions will probably be answered right then. Or we know how to email you and say, hey, I'm not sure about how this is going, or you're doing a great job. Either one, okay? The other towns that have the shorter times or the stuff at the beginning, they're probably established towns that don't have as many items on the agenda, okay? If the packet was posted online, citizens who are interested in certain portions of the meeting could print out what they needed from that. I don't need every single page that y'all gave me tonight. I only want the ones that I'm really interested in. So that would cut down on all of that as well. And again, they're usually PDFs or whatever, so putting it online shouldn't take but a second. Last but not least, if you tell the citizens that you don't care to hear what they have to say, okay? If you shut us down and say, you get your 3 minutes instead of 15, you do understand that that's going to fuel the disincorporation fire, okay? Because people are going to say, the council doesn't care. Any questions?
Thank you, Shelley.
Thanks, Shelley.
We aren't mandated at the 3 minutes. So if it moved to the front of the meeting, it could be 4 minutes, it could be 5 minutes, whatever the council decides. To answer that question, I have in front of me right here the House Bill 2840, public comments on the agenda items. You do not have to, according to this, you do not have to have a public general topic. It can just be for agenda items, and you do not have to have a non-agenda item specifically a time for that. Okay, Patrick Smith.
Patrick Smith, 18730-1565. To me, the most egregious proposed restriction on a citizen's right to speak is to remove the general public comment at the end of the agenda. For 3 short minutes, a citizen can get up and talk to his or her elected government officials and fellow citizens and discuss what is of great importance or concern to them, not what is dictated by the government entity. I know this concept is repulsive to governments like they have in Cuba and Venezuela and Russia, but it is one of the hallmarks of a government that serves the people. Moving public comments to the beginning of the meetings is designed to and will have the intended effect of rendering citizens' comments virtually meaningless. Often it is only after the town council discusses an agenda item do the specific details of the matter get spelled out and the issues in dispute or contention become clarified. It is only after such discussion that a citizen can focus in on what is important to him or her and utilize their 3 short minutes to try to persuade the council as to what is best for the town. Pardon me. As you know, a lot of time the discussion actually persuades a lot of citizens that their concerns have been considered by the council and adequately addressed, which results in approximately half or more of the citizens passing when they are called to the podium. If that proposed action is put into effect, citizens will rightfully conclude that their meaningful input is not of value or interest to the council. The substantial lack of trust in our government that exists now will only grow, as will resentment in the foreseeable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Mike Griffin.
Mike Griffin, 6247 Dry Creek Run. I'm personally disappointed in any efforts by this council to limit citizen input or citizen feedback. I feel like it's important for you to hear what we have to say, and from my perspective, the agenda items don't always have a lot of context clues for exactly which way the council might go. I have to keep things pretty simple for myself, so I like to listen to comments, and I like to hear what the council is thinking before I can express my thoughts on which direction we may go. I sign up for a lot of items and end up passing because the agenda item is not what I was expecting. But I think that you're doing the citizens a disservice if you remove the general comments from the end and don't give us a chance to at least express our thoughts about the meeting. I'm not a fan of really long meetings, but I think putting online maybe cut down on some of the time if we have more information ahead of time, or maybe we need to do fewer agenda items. But I think it's important for the citizens to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Okay. Chad West. Okay. Evie Anderson. Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Can you describe what you gave to us since the audience doesn't have a copy of it, please?
Yes. I did, is it okay to address?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm giving you
Okay.
permission, yes.
I did contact 9 different councils. It was brought to my attention that y'all could speak on any item, and that kind of got me going, well, how do other councils do that? And they do it. They do it. So then I just started asking all kinds of questions to the councils, like, when do you have your public speak, and for how long, and how do you handle the general topics, and how do you?
Okay, let's not interrupt her, please.
I'm sorry? Well, she asked
I
me
gave
to
her
describe to
permission.
you what I gave the council, since you can't see it.
Please don't interrupt her.
Okay? It's just a little chart saying the name of the speaking time, is it near the beginning of the meeting, the items that are addressed, like agenda, non-agenda, any topic or whatever, is it timed, is there another time for the public to speak, and all of them have public hearing time on top of comment time. And then a couple of the councils have, Greenville has something called public testimony, which is only for agenda items, okay? So during their regular time, it's not agenda, and Wills Point does it like we do it, when the item comes up. Rockwall currently has, but they hope to do away with, something called appointment item, and that's for people that make an appointment if they need more than 3 minutes. So they, I'm not sure they're going to keep that, but that's what it is currently. And then I also gave them a copy of House Bill 2840, public comments on agenda items, and it's from Texas Municipal League, legal staff, and it's what is House Bill 2840. And so tonight, I'm going to do like a Cliff Notes. Y'all know who knows what that is? Yeah. On what is House Bill 2840. It has some interesting things in it. So, I'm not against speaking. I'm not against hearing people either. But I think that if there's a better way for us to do it, we need to think about that. Maybe it's not the best, but we need to at least think about it and strive toward having more productive meetings. Okay?
So, do you provide your address?
Oh, yes. Evie Anderson, County Road 2434. House Bill 2840 amended the Texas Open Meetings Act and addressed public input at open meetings. Before this passage, the public had the legal right to only observe rather than provide input. So this is a good thing. When does the public have the right to address the council? Texas Government Code 551.007B provides that a council shall allow each member of the public who desires to address the body regarding an item on an agenda to address the council regarding the item at the meeting before or during the body's consideration of the item. The council is allowed to decide at which point in the meeting a member of the public addresses them. A council may satisfy 551.007B's requirements by holding a single public comment period at the beginning of an open meeting to address all items on the agenda, except public hearing, of course. If public comment and input is at the end of the meeting, it is too difficult for the public to properly weigh in on decisions being made. Also, 551.007B authorizes a council to adopt reasonable rules which may include the length of comments on a given item or may limit the number of persons who may speak on a topic and the length and frequency of their presentation. The bottom line is the council may adopt a rule capping the total amount of time a member of the public has to address all items on the agenda if the rule is reasonable. Does House Bill 2840 require a council to allow a member of the public to address them during the consideration of an item? No, this is not required. The council complies with 551.007B by allowing the public to address the council regarding the item any time before the consideration of the item. Restating, a council may hold a single public comment period at the beginning of an open meeting to address all items on the agenda. I became very curious of how other councils provide for public comments. 7 of these 9 councils have a single public comment time near the beginning of their meeting for the public to address agenda, non-agenda, and any topic. You'll see the differences in all caps. In conclusion, I recommend this council amend the current agenda to allow the public to speak on agenda, non-agenda, or any topic during public comments at the beginning of the meeting. I believe this would make our meetings more productive.
Evie, I apologize, time.
Oh, okay.
All right, thank you, Evie. She's done quite a bit of work, so I do appreciate that. Thank you for your research on that. It's pretty phenomenal. She has a whole notebook. In the House Bill 2840, she did address that, that we, we're not required to do it like we're doing it. We can, in most cities, towns do put it at the front of the meetings. So, any other discussion on that?
Yeah, so from what I'm hearing from the council and from the folks is that there's really 2 different items. One, speaking after or speaking to each agenda item, and also the timing of the general comments. It seems like if the general comments was moved to the front of the meeting, then those people who don't want to stay for 5 hours have the ability to tell us their thoughts. They can leave, and then we still have discussion on agenda items. That's one item. That's one thing that we can do. I'm with Mike in that I would like to know what the structure will be and have that in place before we take the legs out of our current structure. But yeah, so
I think it's been presented that we move it to 4 minutes for a person to come up and speak on any agenda item. So they could speak on any agenda item or non-agenda item, and it gives them that flexibility. So if they have something going the next day, they can still get their voice can be heard, and it can be succinct, and we can, the council can even have time to mull over what they've said, and those people who have been disenfranchised, they're like, I can't wait that long. I can't sit through the meetings for health reasons or otherwise. There have been many people who've left our meetings simply because they could not wait that long. So no matter how we do this, it's going to disenfranchise somebody. So for this long, for over a year, we've done it this way. And we might actually see some other faces if we try it something different. So, I
agree with that. But my question is, are you saying, is the proposal to move all comments to the beginning of the meeting, or just the general comments that you can speak about anything, agenda items or not, And do we still have the per item discussion? I just want to make sure I'm clear, because I thought I knew what the proposal
Well,
was.
the proposal, I think I sent, was to move so that we can focus, to Simeon's point, so that we have all the comments from the beginning, and as a council, then we can focus on what the task at hand, as we're elected to do, that we have all the input at the beginning, and then they have 4 minutes to speak on those items, and then we can get down to business, and so that's what we're elected to do.
I just can't support that until we can make sure that our citizens are educated on what we're going to speak about. Sorry.
Well, and I think to your point, Brian, you sort of made the point that I was thinking of. We're sitting up here allegedly informed, we have the material, and we're still not 100%. And it's not just for Tara. I mean, when one of us puts an agenda item on, we haven't had a chance to sort of prepare the ground with the other council members, so it is a little bit of a information exchange at the beginning. But I too, coming in, wasn't exactly clear on what's going away and where's it moving and how's it going to happen and all of that. So I can't imagine how a citizen, if we were under the new model, would come in and give us comments, because they might give a whole commentary on the wrong thing.
They might, and we need a briefing for sure. I mean, we're going to have to change the way we do things whenever this would be implemented. I'd also think, we're going to make people frustrated either way. If anything, you've heard tonight it's split, and I've been reached out to a particular group of people more often than not, and it happens to be with what I agree with, what I've heard the majority of people say to me personally. But I think there is some room for compromise at the very least. First of all, we want to be 100% open to our citizens as much as we legally can. We are restricted somewhat, I get it, executive sessions and whatnot. We can put things on the website. We can, I'd love to see somebody mentioned having a comment board on the website. That's not going to be immediate, but that'll be eventually, I hope. And a briefing at the start. But I think also what I would want to do before passing this would be to edit the time. I think at least to start, maybe we can chop it down, but to give people at least 5 minutes to talk at the beginning. It's a lot better than 3. And I would change that at the very least, maybe even have public comments towards the end, but for what I would propose, 5 minutes at least at the start. And this can be edited and changed as we go on, and not to be long-winded up here, but I know it's not going to be perfect, and we're going to have to refine this just like we did for our rules and procedures. We've edited that a couple times, and that's good. I worked not exactly with, but got to know Jerry Lappin a little bit. He's the person who started the International House of Pancakes. It's a pretty good franchise he started. And his thing that he always just pressed into me was, look, just get a product or a proposal out there. It's not going to be perfect. But if you don't get it started, if you don't throw it out there to the customers, or in this case to our citizens, then it's not going to be improved, because it's not even there. And that'll just take so long in order to get something that just is perfect to everybody. It's better to edit along the way, at least in his opinion, so I tend to stick with that.
So in a perfect world, I'd love to see the agenda packet online so citizens can download what they choose to. We need someone to step up and help us with that, because it does require some nights and Saturdays because our meeting's on Tuesday. So, and then I would actually like to see citizens be able to speak 4 or 5 minutes at the top of the meeting. That way, if someone can't stay through the meeting, they can still speak on those items. And then maybe still have maybe a limit, because it says here that we can limit the number of citizens. That's in our purview to do that. So maybe you just say, okay, there's 3 to 5 citizens can speak at the end. And we don't typically even have that many at the end to speak. But if someone, I feel like they earned it. If they stayed through the whole meeting, they earned it. So
What
We
about
need
as
to
our
give them
first?
5 minutes at least.
What about as our first stab? We move the general comments from the end of the meeting to the beginning. And we
You'll see,
figure out a
I'm
time.
really not for that.
You're not for that?
Mm-mm.
Is that-
Generally,
To me, that addresses.
generally the general
question.
public, or generally the general comments is for something not on the agenda, is the way it's worded.
Yeah, but we have, based on the research that Evie thankfully did for us, we know that we can include other items other than, we can include agenda, non-agenda, and any other topic. I think that if we gave people to express themselves and potentially leave if that's what they wanted to do, it might also help shorten the meetings as well and give more people the ability to have their opinion known. But again, my highest is reach out to us away from these meetings because this is the least time we have to spend with anybody.
There was one council that just said, cut their meetings off at 10 o'clock. If it's 10 o'clock, they're done. So that isn't out, I mean, that's another option. And of course, the reason we're doing this is we're trying to make them more succinct. I think we've spent a lot of time on this.
We're at 8:15 now.
8:15 right now, we're on number 1. So we did move the 15 to, so we've actually covered a little bit more than 1. But I don't know that this can be resolved tonight. We've got a lot of good input. Thank you for that input. But I would like to get on to our other agenda items.
I move we table this item
Yeah.
for further discussion.
Okay?
Second.
All those in favor? And that passes. Okay. And I sincerely thank you for your input. We do want to hear from our citizens, and that's why we designed it this way in the first place. All right, number 2, discuss and take action on a potential amendment to the fiscal year 2022-23 town budget. So what I realized was that, well, I got some new information from Aubrey Ashburn. She said that actually I know there was a lot of misinformation kind of floating out there that you don't get your Amazon sales and your online sales. Well, she said that is false. You do, actually. And I talked with 2, she is the Texas Comptroller representative I've been working with. She said that you absolutely do. In fact, I did reach out to both Quinlan City Secretary. They actually, it's a significant source of income revenue for them. Also, the just recently retired of 22 years city manager of Crandall said they get about $50,000 in revenue from online sales alone. Now, they're about 5,000 in population. Now, theirs is 2%. So doing a calculation at 1.5% for our 2,000 roughly citizens, that's about $750 a person per year. So, you know, it's, and then we also do, so that would be about $7,500 based on a 6-month that we could potentially add back in as revenue. That would be very conservative. And then the 550 citizens, that's very conservative on our trash. It's also at the point of delivery is where that is charged. And I have an example in the packet of that. I have the example from Aubrey Ashburn. And then I also have from Cards Recycling, it was my bill. They have Hunt County sales tax on there. They also have the state sales tax on there. And we had also received, if Poetry had, and Proposition A does pass November 8th, then that also could be a source of revenue. And 100% of that would go for the roads. So and it's not a lot, but it could be an additional $3,000 for on solid waste sales and use tax revenues that, again, go for our roads. So the other thing, so in your packet, you'll see this is from Aubrey Ashburn of the Texas Comptroller, and it is kind of complex, but a lot of this is at the point of delivery. So I also realized that when we passed our budget last time, we were going through the fiscal year end, we didn't allow for any other monies for our roads. And so we're just waiting for the $15,000 on sales and use tax that hasn't even passed yet. We didn't allow for the current project sheet that should have probably passed last meeting but didn't. And so I scraped from other areas to allow road and repair maintenance to be at $19,060. So anything in bold is what I pulled from, and it did work. So the other amendment, I did spend about an hour with Christy Ryer, who is a technology expert, a friend of Ms. Hibbs, and she massaged the language. She didn't like the language. It was mainly language on the information and technology, so we did amend some of the language. It wasn't just emails, it's up to 10 365 MS Windows subscriptions with emails. And then the internet tower to be decided is for, so we saved about $140. It wasn't that significant, but we did massage that, and every dollar counts. So I would like to, now on here, I didn't have, like again, I didn't have all the information at the time. I would like to propose that our sales tax revenue be adjusted to $25,000 to accommodate the $7,500 for the internet revenue, internet sales, and that's for, and then also, and that's half a year, and then also the $3,000, well, it'd be another $1,500 actually. If it's $3,000 a year, it would be another $1,500 or so for the solid waste sales and use tax revenue for that.
Wasn't the Amazon deal challenged in Talty?
So it is still in effect. It may be challenged, but it's still going strong. I have, and actually I have the data from, okay, so even Oak Ridge, excuse me, even Post Oak Bend has, to date, 2022 payments is $51,620 on sales and use tax revenue, and they're a very tiny town.
Is Union Valley there?
No, this is just Kaufman County.
Well, I guess the reason I ask, if it's being challenged, is it in a court, or what's the
That's a whole
likelihood that
nother-
we might not get this if we put it in our
The
budget?
Texas Comptroller, Aubrey, actually, she didn't say that. The towns I spoke with said that it is a significant revenue source at this time.
I get that, but I just want to make sure that we're not setting ourselves up, that it might be jerked out from underneath us.
Well,
I
we could
agree
say
with
that about a lot of
Seems-
things, but.
Seems a little, I mean, we haven't collected a dollar of it ever, so.
Well,
it
it's
seems a
still
little
to
odd
be
put it on.
decided. Prop A on November 8th is still yet to be decided. Last year, the vote was overwhelming, so hopefully it'll pass this year at 1.5%, and then that will not be thrown out. So, 1.5%. We do have kind of we get ahead of the line because of the situation, according to her. So as long as we get our paperwork in by end of December, then we'll be at the front of the line. But I don't want to shortchange us and let it look like, we don't care about our roads, because, it is unknown, but I would rather hit it more closely than way under,
So can you go over your proposed changes one more time, Tara?
Yes, sir. So on the sales and tax revenue, I propose that it be put at $25,000 instead of $15,000 to accommodate the online sales and the solid waste.
And that's based on the additional from solid waste and potentially Amazon
And all internet, out here, a lot of people do use internet to web sales to get things delivered, especially with the high price of fuel. So yes.
Okay, and then the others?
And then you'll see in bold the ones that I had already previously made. I pulled from other areas to accommodate the road and repair and maintenance, because one of on number 3, we wanted to accommodate the Hunt County project sheet for $3,900. So I was trying to make sure we had enough funds in this fiscal year to accommodate that project sheet. So I realized, since we didn't pass the project sheet the end of fiscal year last year, it rolls over to this year, and we need to make sure we have funds to do it. In the budget we passed, we did not have funds to do that, and that's an error.
But the sales tax has to go for road, right?
The sales tax does, but I pulled from other areas because we can absolutely.
But my printing shows it currently at $19,060, so it would have to be at least $25,000 or greater to consume the $25,000 you're proposing for the.
Yes, it would have to be higher. Now,
Right.
again, I found out Aubrey Ashburn's information after I'd already done this and printed all the copies, so.
So what do you want the road number to go to? It has to go up to at least 25 to consume that.
It could go to, now again, it's all unknown, or it's not actually solidified yet. So the 19,000 would then go up by, I guess, the 10,000, so it would be 29,000. But therefore, we have enough money to actually cover the project sheet that's on item 3,
Okay.
to cover the holes that are currently in existence on our roads.
Okay.
So I'm proposing that instead of the 1960, that it goes to 2960.
60.
Yes, sir.
What's changing with the trash franchises, I guess?
I'm sorry.
You said we're going to increase our trash franchise, or Mike did?
No, we're going to charge a sales tax.
Oh,
So the
okay.
sales and use tax, I was under the impression, until I got the information from Aubrey Ashburn, that it was on the point of origin, not the point of delivery. Well, that's not the case. And in fact, my own bill showed that from Card Recycling, and they go all over different states. But
It doesn't show them collecting our city franchise.
I'm sorry?
It doesn't show them collecting our city franchise.
Cars?
Yeah.
They just have it come out of their own budget. It doesn't, they don't line item it.
Oh, so they just build it in.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's kind of like Ameritex was doing, or was proposing that they did. So that was a change. I think that was kind of we had some wrong information, so I wanted to make sure we corrected that it is on the point of delivery for that. And it is complex, and so, but those two directly affect our potential revenue stream, so I wanted to make sure that that was corrected. Okay.
And it's going to be a really stupid question, but we don't know what numbers what the numbers need to change to, especially not before November 8th. Do we have to change this right now?
Well, I think that it behooves us to. We actually need to, if we're going to do the projects roads that I explained. If we had passed the project road sheet last month, which was in last fiscal budget year, it would have been fine, but we didn't. So now it carries over to this budget year, and so we actually need to accommodate for that.
I thought we talked about encumbering that money and moving it into this budget.
It is encumbered, but it wasn't allotted for roads. We only had 15,000, and that's just directly from sales and use tax, which is pie in the sky right now. So we needed to have an additional, at least additional $4,000 roughly, so that we can cover our project sheet for this year in our budget. But I do think that it sends a wrong message to, if we're only going to, we don't think very highly of our roads, if we're going to shoot it under so far that that looks pretty pathetic if we're only going to spend $15,000, when I do think with the new information that we are going to actually get a little bit more than we thought. The $25,000 is still conservative, but I don't think we should undershoot it so far to discourage our citizens.
Yeah. Well, I agree with that. I would just like to see dry ink on a check, or at least a check that's not still standing somewhere as a tree before we make the decision. But we do need to get this project sheet evaluated. Okay.
I guess I agree, Tara, with the optics of it. Doesn't look like we're planning on spending anything on the roads, but I guess my thinking going into this in the last meeting was, okay, so if we start low, but we blow that out, and let's say we collect 50,000 instead of 15, then I would move that the council allocate an extra 30 or 40,000 towards roads, right? We commit that, and I was thinking we had the ability to do that,
We
right?
do.
Now, we could be said to have violated our budget, but that's a good violation in my mind, because we have to consume it for the roads anyways.
Well, and in talking with the city manager, Jim Stroman of Talty, their goal is to try and hit it as closely as possible, not shoot it under, not shoot it over. And I think going at 15 is quite a bit low. I don't think we should shoot it that low. And if this holds true, this whole article is on about how sales are up in the local markets. And so I just think shooting it very low sends the wrong message as well. Okay, we have some citizens. Chad McFarland.
Chad McFarland, 19850 FM 986. For the record, I'm for the sales tax. I hope it passes because we need every bit of income outside of the eventual property tax that's coming. But I want to caution y'all on counting a lot of Amazon internet sales tax. Most shipping systems do not recognize poetry as an address. Commercial shipping systems. So Amazon has my address is Terrell, Texas. For all the money I spend on Amazon, the way it is right now, any sales tax due, they would remit to Terrell because they see my address as Terrell. So, and I'm not talking about just Amazon. There's a number of online shipping systems, commercial shipping systems that have the address recognition that currently do not recognize poetry. Businesses remit sales tax, and they will have the sales broken down by each jurisdiction. So if they are not remitting these sales tax to the state with a poetry jurisdiction, the town is not going to get the tax. So again, I just want to caution y'all about counting on that, because granted, it's a great source of revenue, but until the commercial addresses system recognition catch up and they all recognize poetry as an address, we're not going to get 100% of the sales tax revenue that the town is due.
You know, I wonder, Chad, I don't know if you would know this, but I wonder if the zip code +4 would capture that.
In my experience, anytime I've tried to do it, it does not. It's a commercial system. It's not like the U.S. Post Office. It's probably updated, but there is third-party systems that tie in with these commercial websites for address recognition, and a majority of the ones that I've dealt with do not recognize poetry yet.
Yeah, when I put it into UPS or FedEx or Amazon, it typically throws the 4 away, the +4. It just does the 5.
Well, you know, it's even more than that, and Mr. McFarland is absolutely right. These shipping systems are notoriously slow, and it isn't just FedEx, USPS, DHL that's causing the problems. It's also the shipping software, because very few businesses purchase directly from FedEx or USPS. They use a third-party software. I personally use the second and the third most popular, and I can say they take about 2 or 3 years to do an update, because they have to go in there and code it. So even a major edit, like an additional FedEx service, can take 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, so we may actually
Okay, so,
fund the town of Terrell if we're not careful.
thank you, Chad. So, is there a postal expert in the house at all? Okay. All right, so, but with all due respect, though, okay, so we've never had a sales and use tax out in poetry. Once that hopefully that'll pass, then we will be on the map. The comptroller will be contacting, all the businesses. They do keep track of that. And so, we've never had that before. It's all new. So Poetry Texas is,
I can tell you this,
okay.
It's the comptroller system that matters.
Right.
The sales and use tax is collected by the comptroller.
Right.
The comptroller then sends it to the cities. I don't know what their system is. I have had experiences where comptroller collects it for city A when it should be city B. 20 years later, they find the mistake, and that has to be repaid over time.
Mm-hmm.
But really, the comptroller is the one you really need to speak to.
Right. So the comptroller has us on speed dial pretty much, so to speak. I mean, I've been on it. So, all right, Robin, follow.
Just real quick there, for those who weren't aware, that was Mr. Messer. He's our legal counsel.
Legal counsel.
So.
Thank you. Robin, follow.
Robin Follow, 10658 County Road 2400. I'm just going to kind of elaborate on Chad's. I understand that we're hoping this passes, but we're figuring it into the budget. Just need to take in consideration if it doesn't pass. Then you've already accounted for that to be part of all the budget. So just, I mean, just something you have to take and consider. You would have to do some shifting. I know it's not thousands and thousands, but it still is something to consider is what you're factoring that in. If it does not pass when we vote to not do Proctor A, then we're not going to have those funds that we're figuring in the budget.
Well, the good news is we're not committing those funds ahead of time, and we're certainly not
Right.
going to spend them until they're in the bank. So
Right.
at best, I
Right.
think your point's well made, but I think we're just going to be disappointed at best. I don't think we're going to be in financial limbo because we're not going to approve $30,000 worth of road work
Okay. Right.
unless that money is sitting there.
Right. All right. Thank you.
Thanks,
Shelley,
Robin.
Shelley Smith? Okay, Chad West? Tracy Hitz? Okay, that's all of our citizen comments. Okay, so in minimum, I think we need to address the 19,000 for road repairs so that we can address item 3. I think everyone wants to get their potholes repaired.
Is item 3 more than 19,000? I guess I'm confused.
Plus the holdover from
It's
last.
the holdover, so we're basically allotting last year's around roughly $4,000 to roll over
Yeah,
into
the
road
worksheet
repair and
isn't that
maintenance so that we can take care of item number 3. But I do think that the 15,000 is shooting low. If you guys want to split the difference and go with 20,
I would, I guess, prefer that item 3 had been after, or before the budget discussion, but.
well, we couldn't though.
Yeah, and we're kind of,
I have an airplane mode. I don't know why it's doing that.
I guess I'm slow on this, and explain it to me. The cost of the project on item agenda 3 is $3,900.
So I'm
What's
trying.
the carryover?
The carryover is I added, so road repair and maintenance, I added $4,060 to cover road repair because that's the carryover from last year's budget, because if you just had 15,000 in it like it was, I apologize. I'm not sure why my airplane mode's not working. So, it's weird. So in order to, if we only had 15,000, all that 15,000 was from the unknown to be decided 15,000. We had to put some more money into that bucket. Does that make sense?
But was that money left in last year's bucket? You just brought it forward?
It was. So if you look at the use of prior year excess, I took from some of the excess, some of these items down here. It wasn't taken from the sales and tax revenue. It was taken from some of the other items so that we could cover our project sheet for this year, fiscal year.
so let me see if I have this right. The 4,000 from, supposing C passes, or 3 passes, the 4,000, that's the baseline. And then you're estimating the 15,000, which has to go to road, so that 15,000 is added to the 4,000. That's how we ended up with the 19,000.
Yes, you got it. Yes. So if the council so chooses, they could move, add another $5,000, if whatever their comfort zone is, or $10,000, whatever their comfort zone is, to both the revenue and the expenditure list.
See, personally, from a fiscally conservative perspective, we're already, we're covering our bet, assuming again that the next item passes. Let's have the 4,000. We have the 15 that we're right now estimating low end, very, very conservative, supposedly. So we're not spending that 15K. We only if 3 passes would we spend the 4K. So I think I'm as comfortable as I can be where it is, and if we get more in, then we can raise it. If we don't get more in, we'll have to see where else we tighten our belt in order to fund more road work.
So Brian, you're proposing budget number 6 as printed?
As printed.
Okay.
Are you actually proposing that?
Well, I mean,
Well,
that's what
that's
you're
my
suggesting.
discussion
You haven't motioned.
Oh, okay.
So we do have the solid waste revenues of 3,000 that I calculated. Now, that was conservative. I didn't even count the dumpsters. I counted just the poly carts, 550, and that was conservative. So that at the 1.5%, that would give us, for a 6-month period, $1,500. And then you know, I just believe that, you know, we want to show our citizens that we are thinking of our roads. I think that trying to hit it more spot on rather than super low would be more advantageous for a number of reasons.
But to Mike's point earlier, sales tax has to be spent on the roads. If we don't write that check, we don't have to cash it. We don't have to set that expectation. If we do get that gift under the Christmas tree, then it has to be spent there.
Right.
We will spend it there.
Right.
But there's no reason to set ourselves up for a, well, y'all didn't get there.
Okay, so we have two proposals on the table right now, well, not
Well,
motions, but just two
isn't second.
offers. We have one to leave it at 15,000, we have another to raise it to 25,000. Does
Or
anybody?
20 or 20,000 to split the difference. And that way, so next spring, say April comes along, maybe we haven't spent all of our rainy day fund. Maybe we want to put another $5,000 into road repair and maintenance.
So what we're talking about is either putting $15,000, $20,000, $25,000 of fictitious money down.
And spending it.
And spend
then
that
putting it down in
fictitious
the
money
road.
if it comes in. So, I mean, we could put $280,000 down. It wouldn't, the money's not going to be there anyway. So
But if our goal is to pass this budget, we need to put something in there. Right
Yeah,
now, it's printed
so-
with 15,000 in 1960 to be spent on roads.
Yeah, and it's just our job to get as close as we can, and we think it's gonna be, and, I mean, going off of history, I just don't imagine that it's gonna be that much for the sales tax. I envision possible problems, so I'm pretty comfortable with the way it's written.
Okay. Do we have a motion? I don't want to belabor this. We got more things to cover.
Well, actually,
Okay,
do
we need a motion.
Somebody has to make a motion.
We already
Make
covered
one.
them.
You
Oh,
haven't
we
made
already
it.
Yeah.
have comments.
I'm gonna let
Yep.
Brian make it.
Okay, do we have a motion
Brian?
I'll make a motion, we accept it.
As written?
So we
as
can
written?
move on.
Okay, so we have a
Second.
motion by Anderson, second by Jaffe.
That's
to-
for 15,000, just to be clear.
As printed.
15,000 the top and the 1960 as printed.
Yes.
All those in favor? And that passes unanimously. Okay. Number 3, discuss and take action on project sheet H04 for road repairs on CR 2326, CR 2458, CR 2442, and CR 2454. We have something monumental. There are no comments on this one.
I'm going to try to be very short on this. My concern is that I haven't been real impressed with the quality of the work. Do we have any, my brain's-
Alternatives?
No, it's not alternative, any inspection rights and acceptance?
So I did discuss with him that we, of course, it does say in writing that we want to emphasize the size of the roads. And I will be giving him feedback that we really want the roller to be used consistently. So, I mean, we have had feedback that our volunteer crew was doing better. But I am thankful that, I mean, it has been much better. It just has been much better, y'all.
Amen.
And our volunteer crew got really worn out. So, you know, if they can put more emphasis on the sides of the roads, and he recognized that, so he did up the price to accommodate for the sides of the roads. And then was there any other problem besides the roller not being used properly?
Well, Terry showed
Giant
us a picture
pothole.
of one road that was quote-unquote fixed, but there was like still a 6-inch gap between the top of the road bed and the top of the patch.
Which one are you talking about?
I sent an email out on County Road 2430, that 12-inch hole that was missed, or 12-foot diameter hole that was missed.
I didn't see that.
Probably just ran out of
I
material.
sent it to
He sent
Teresa
it
to
through
submit it out.
Teresa.
Yeah, we got it.
When was that?
Several
It's
weeks
the
ago.
road that we talked about last time. So
The one you live on, okay. Oh, so he said he would take care of that separately, and we didn't have to put it on here. He said he would have to get a gravel truck and take care of that one. And I guess it's not done if you're still talking about it, it's not
Well, I
done.
wasn't still talking about it, I was just confirming.
Okay.
that it wasn't done.
So he said that because he said he would try and take care of that. So I will remind him of that, and I will also, once we have to submit this, of course, it has, they'll get there. They don't have to take it to court, but if you so approve, then I can sign and then get it on their merry way. And they've been actually very attentive. We did have the one for Kaufman County that he just asked for just today. He finally got back with me. So I reached out to them as well, and anyway, so that's not on here. But, okay, so all those in favor, is there a motion for this?
Yeah, I make a motion, we approve the worksheet in the amount of $3,900 for Hunt County to repair County Road 2326, 2458, 2442, and 2454, including the edges.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Jaffe, seconded by Fowler. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously. Number 4, discuss and take action on a ground lease agreement with Longhorn Organics LLC for the town parking in lieu of an easement agreement. Okay, so what happened, Bo and Holly, the owners, Dempsey, the owners of Longhorn Organics, were very excited about, they were very amenable, very friendly, saying, hey, we're not using it, you might as well just, we don't care, an easement will be fine. However, our attorneys put it on there that the bank had to sign off on it. So when it went to the bank, who holds their mortgage, the bank lawyer said no, absolutely not. It devalues the property value, and even though they're not really using it, they said no. So we went back to, and to show you their generosity, Bo and Holly used their lawyers to find to make up the ground lease agreement, and they want to charge us, it's roughly $8 a month. It's $100 a year for that lease agreement. With that, they do have some stipulation, because lawyers want to cover their companies they are hired for. So with that, we have to have a little more insurance, lighting on the parking lot, which I've already talked with an electrician on that. He's willing to donate his time. But anyway, so I've been working for weeks trying to get, and that's on item number 5. But I don't know what other comments you might have on that. I open that up.
I don't think this lease it's written like a triple N lease.
A triple what?
A triple N. It's a commercial type lease, which is irrelevant to this, but the relevancy here is it's not $8 a month, it's not $100 a year, because, no, under tenants use, subsection C, no, that's somewhere else we need to go. Let me find the section that we have to pay for the property taxes.
It's 11.
Section 11, or
11B.
number 11, section B. Tenant shall timely as additional rent, either directly pay to the taxing authority, skip on down just a little bit, all real estate and assessments hereinafter real estate taxes.
Okay, so I think we can negotiate that.
There's so much. And really, when I opened this one, just, forgive me, I got
So that's
pissed.
why we're here.
But,
So again,
But if
okay, so they are giving us
no, they're not giving,
Okay, so the lease agreement was made by their lawyer, and they want us to say what we want. I want to edit everything out. That's why you're here. We're going to talk about, so you're saying on B, you want to scratch that on B. And is there anything else?
well,
Do you want to start on number 1? The survey is wrong. Our original survey was .56, this is .50. So I don't know how that Exhibit A is, I don't know how that survey matches our other survey, the totals are different. I thought what was executed easement agreement, but it starts off with .56 acres and the same description, but this one says .50. I don't know if that's a hang-up, but if you want to talk about everything that needs to be looked at.
We want to talk about everything.
Well, I'll bring up also the last sentence in
Yes.
number 1. Yeah, the tenant lease and the premise, non-exclusive, blah, blah, blah. It gets down to the end, and it says, reserves all rights and interest in the premise for all and any and all uses by the landlord for any third party, as the landlord may determine in the landlord's sole and absolute discretion. And in just absolute clear terms, pretty much can do anything they want with the property. And I look through this, and maybe I'm missing something, but if they decide they want to dump their trash there, they can, as far as I understand. So this is.
So how
this
would you
is
like to
just
massage
us.
that?
This entire agreement is pretty much us just saying we
this
absolutely
is-
trust
this is
Longhorn
beyond-
not to destroy us later.
This
Well,
Because
again-
they reserve
because-
all the rights.
Again, their lawyer is hired by them, so that's why we're here, to rebut that and come, and they were more than willing, Holly said, look, we're willing to work with y'all, our lawyer just is protecting our interest, and so.
So if they didn't have a
How would you
problem-
like to reword that?
They didn't have a problem with the
That's
easement,
just
let's reword it and put this 7-page document that closely, that we all agreed to in here, and add the fee if their bank wants money in there. But, I mean, this thing is clear as can be, that, you know, we're using it for ingress and egress and parking. This other one over here, to Simeon's point, because it repeats it, rules and regulations, landlords shall have the right to establish and from time to time change, alter, or amend
The rules, yeah.
the rules and regulation as deemed necessary, landlord's sole discretion.
Okay, what page are you on?
That's tenants number 9,
Yeah.
Number 9? Okay.
subsection
9C.
C.
But
So if
that's
they
just it.
decide
I
that
mean,
we don't need to
almost-
park there,
Almost every paragraph I have.
I have highlights.
So this is not something that we're going to be able to work out tonight.
But I think,
Okay,
If
so
if you're
then,
wanting to go through line by line, because seriously, I mean, to me, this is something to start a fireplace fire with. This is not something that I'm really even wanting to consider.
so what I want you to do then is send all your edits, and then I can send those on to them, and, but I need your feedback, and then that's what we're here for.
I
I
think
think
there
in-
might be a point that we say, do we want, if this is going to be the general feel that they're going to need for their agreement, it just might not be possible. And it
Well,
might
again,
at
this is the
least
first stab at
warrant
it.
some discussion about what our other alternatives are.
But in fairness to Longhorn, and I'm not anything to do with them, but they don't own that property outright. The bank owns that property, and they're allowing them to use it as long as they make their payment. So I think I'm not complete, I mean, I'm discouraged by the document like you, Brian. I mean, when I started reading it, I thought, wow, this doesn't give us any leverage. But I think really the negotiating is probably going to be as much with the bank people, maybe through their attorneys, who are going to say, listen, if we repossess or we change our mind or whatever, we're taking our driveway back, period, because that's mortgaged land. That land is not separate from the piece that's got the lien on it. So I think that's the sticky wick here, is that they were going to let us use something that they don't have full rights to, which is unfortunate. But when you have a mortgage, they call the shots. They tell you, no, you can't tear down the house because we have a mortgage on it, or no, you can't,
As
do
far as
other
the
things.
owners go, they have been very agreeable. They were like, hey, because I asked about the workman's comp, like, hey, just take that out. So, but I would like, let's go ahead and get some citizen comments. Robin?
Robin Followell, 10658 County Road 2400. I don't get to read that document, but I can just tell by what y'all, that's not good. And even the sentence that you did read is not good. And honestly, and I really don't mean this crappy, because I know that's what's fixing to get lashed back, but I'm just putting it out there. As a citizen, just hearing y'all talk about that document, and you're not uncertain about it, you're showing concern, and Tara, you're like, they're being so generous. It's kind of like, we should just do it, just because.
No, that's not what I've said.
I know, and I didn't say that's what you said. I said that's what
Don't
it
put words
feels
in
like
there.
to the citizens, that they're disagreeing with you, and you're like, but they're being very generous, and they have good intent. That may be great and deal, but you've got at least 4 that are expressing concern that they don't like this at all.
Well, having dealt with lawyers, I get it. Okay, lawyers lawyer up, and so this contract.
Oh, I know
Present
about the
company
lawyer.
excluded.
I know about the lawyering up. I just dealt with a bunch of great, wonderful battles the last month. So I know all about lawyering up and getting ready to spend $80,000. I know all about that. So I'm just saying, your council members are expressing great concern, and I get they're being generous.
Hey, it's
and
the first draft. It's the first draft.
I think it's going to be in the trash can or the fireplace, like Brian said,
Okay.
because this is not going to work.
Okay. All right, so Patrick Smith? Yeah, y'all, if you are on the docket to speak, it would really help, because it does take time to walk up, and so if you could, that would really help us cut our meetings. Thank you.
Patrick Smith, 187301565. And Mr. Messer, I just want you to know I don't agree with any of the bad mouthing that the mayor directed towards you, okay?
It's all lies.
As the other lawyer in the room?
I mean, if it's the truth, it's the truth, but it wasn't, so. To get some context on what's going on, the original easement agreement for access, who drafted that?
Probably
Our
Emily or
attorneys.
somebody.
Our attorneys did.
Okay.
Our attorneys did that.
Once again, excellent agreement. In very good shape. Sorry. An excellent easement agreement that was basically airtight, protecting the town of Poetry, okay? I know we've had some disagreements, but I can say the truth is the truth, okay? What I don't understand is this agreement, was it signed by both the town of Poetry and Longhorn? And
Which,
then it was
lease?
sent to the
Which,
bank?
what are you saying?
The original easement agreement, was it signed by someone with the town of Poetry and someone?
It was signed by myself, but then it went to the bank, and the bank rejected it. The
Okay,
bank
so never
lawyers.
signed by Longhorn?
No,
Okay.
I don't believe so. I mean, they
Well,
had to take it to the bank.
Apparently, it's not legit anyway, if it is.
Yeah.
Well, it would be notarized, though, is what he's getting at.
Okay. Now, the ground lease agreement,
but if
after
they're
the
not
bank threw this
authorized,
monkey wrench in, that was attorneys from Longhorn drafted that. Okay. I would characterize this as a very sharp, unfriendly contract. Do you know what happened between the two contracts?
Well, one lawyer is protecting their interests, the other is protecting the town.
Okay, but I don't understand. Did lawyers look at the first easement agreement for Longhorn?
Yes, and they rejected it.
So it
The
wasn't.
bank lawyers and Longhorn's lawyers rejected it.
I think
Okay,
that-
so it's both Longhorn and the bank rejected
But
it.
an easement is a much more, a much more stringent thing.
Okay. The easement was perpetual as long as none of the conditions were met, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
I believe so.
Okay. Whereas the ground lease agreement is for a term of 5 years with one chance to renew for 5 years. And at the end of that 5 years, the Longhorn can say, we think we have one of the best easements in North Texas. We're going to $8,000 a year. They can do that, right?
And we could change our access.
And how would you do that?
The front of the property, we can make access there.
Okay.
That's our option.
Now, the original easement agreement specifically provided access for pedestrians, but the ground lease does not. Do you have any understanding why that is?
Say that again, please.
The original easement agreement had an express provision saying in addition to parking and ingress and egress, pedestrians would be allowed. Any idea why that's no longer there?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Patrick.
Chad West?
Chad West, 19370, FM 986. I know that there's a lot of different items that you guys have called out, but I would also call item 8 is now requiring that the parking be paved. And also, the landlord has absolutely no maintenance or repair obligations with respect to the premises or any improvements located therein, including the fencing and Caliche Rock Drive. So not only are they asking us to pave the parking, the town will now be responsible for maintaining the driveway.
Right now, Longhorn is paying the neighbor, Becky, I believe is her name, in that mobile home, and she's been mowing. And actually, she offered to paint the fence for the town.
But still, it's
But again,
But yeah,
donation.
no,
any
it is.
repairs to that driveway will now fall
Yeah.
on the town.
Well, again, that one,
I'm trying to keep up with you, Chad. So 8A, is that what you're
8A.
reading?
And it's about the second sentence from the bottom of that.
Okay, because it says tenant is permitted to build parking and paved access only on the premises. You're saying we're required?
Paved access only on the premises.
But we're permitted, we don't have to.
The way I read that is paved access only.
So
Parking
your
and
interpretation
paved.
is that any other access
Okay, I
that's
see
not
what you-
paved
okay,
is
I'm with you now.
excluded.
Correct.
But it also says that any work that we do becomes theirs.
You've already mentioned that all the
In
different
default
issues that
and,
it can
yeah.
be termed.
So the only thing we're allowed to do on there is
At
pave it?
120 days.
Okay, I didn't read it
well, then
that
it
way.
says down below, the Cliche Rock Drive, so that's inconsistent. So
It
that
actually
needs to
says
be.
cliche Rock Drive. but-
Yeah.
Cliche.
The way I read that is that we will now maintain
Please.
Longhorn's driveway.
So
That would be correct,
in
yeah.
practice, they're maintaining it. So that
Lots
needs
of
to be
problems.
corrected. All right, Tracy Hibbs? Okay, that's all of our citizen comments. Okay, so obviously, there's a lot of work to massage this lease and get it to a place where our council feels comfortable. I would like any of your edits sent, and then we can,
Do you have a soft copy?
one that can be edited?
Yeah.
I can ask for that. I
Can-
don't think I
can
have
we-
one.
If you have it in PDF, I can make it into a Word
You
document.
can?
Yes, that would be nice.
Can
Where
we,
have you been during the election cycle?
can we also
need to-
agree
Nobody
to,
asked questions.
can we also agree to keep this within the council for a while before we engage Andy and them, so we don't run our bill up worse than what we're doing?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we should get it to a point where we feel
Try
comfortable.
to get it as close as we can.
As close as possible. I totally agree. Okay.
Which probably means a lot
So do we
less
have a
pages.
motion on this?
Yeah,
Well,
we move,
I would like to just ask any idea, because I hope we can, like you so nicely said, massage this so that it's good. But in case we can't, what's just the general idea for that Plan B of building in the front of the property?
Well, that's a whole nother topic, and, I mean, it
Well,
can be
it
done.
concerns this topic.
Certainly make us more
How are we
interested.
gaining access
Yeah.
currently?
Okay, so again, I want to stay on topic because
Well, it is.
it's a
How are
long
we
one.
gaining access currently?
Yeah.
Currently,
Do
we're
we need
going
this?
through their driveway,
there's a hole in
and
the fence.
there's a hole in the fence.
So the bank doesn't know or doesn't have a problem with what we're doing now?
They probably have a problem with what we're doing now.
Well, I can't say that for sure. I don't know.
That's why I put probably in.
I don't know. We share the fence, though. The town owns the fence. We share it with Longhorn. So, all right, so I guess we're going to work on this.
Yeah, table. So I move
All
that we
right.
table this until edits can be compiled.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion to move this to the next meeting until edits can be compiled by Vincent, seconded by Jaffe. All
Just
those
for clarification, before you send this back out, just to keep from OMA, if we all submit our edits, how can we all review those edits without breaking OMA?
Teresa?
Go through Teresa.
She keeps
Send
sending it back
them to
out.
Teresa, right?
Yeah, she'll consolidate, send it back out, and she's the
Mr.
only one
Messer,
that
did
can-
you have a?
She's the buffer.
What I hear you're saying is, how are you gonna know what each other's comments are to be able to see what everybody's doing, to get a complete comprehensive document, and you're really not, because you don't have a meeting
That's right.
published. You can all send your comments separately to the city secretary, and she can put them all into it. You don't know
Right.
what it's gonna look like when it's done.
Okay.
until you have another
A camel.
So it's going
Right.
to be Frankenstein's monster that we're looking at next time.
Well, send your comments in, and we'll do the best we can. And then, like, again, this is draft one. Okay. So all those in
Sorry.
favor of moving the table?
To
well,
table.
Table's not really the proper term, but just move it to the next item, or next
We're
agenda.
tabling it to the next meeting.
Okay, all those in favor? And that passes unanimously. Okay, number 5, discuss and take action on amended insurance rates as presented by TML Risk Insurance to meet the ground lease agreement standards for the Town's Hall parking lot. So I've been going back and forth with the TML Risk Insurance regarding this and their request. I kind of wanted to get an idea of, okay, what is this going to cost to get the insurance that that they are wanting. And so they asked for the $1 million insurance policy, $2 million aggregate. I think our last policy was $350,000. And that's if there were an injury in the parking lot or something, then they want to cover themselves. I kind of get that. That might also be negotiable, but I kind of wanted to get an idea of what we're looking at from TML. She was gone. I had filled out like, I don't know, a dozen sheets because it puts us into a little higher category, even though like we don't have a police department, we don't have swimming pools, public pools, we don't have a lot of the things that other cities have. So it does. So the workman's comp was only $324 a year, and that was for our. That was for all our volunteers. And we have, of course, the videographer, and we have the clerk over here, and then we have some outside volunteers. It's not a lot, but what she said is in this category of city, you either have to have a workman's comp or you have to have law enforcement liability. So in this quote that she gave us, I'm trying to make this as clear as I possibly can. She said you can have workman's comp, that's $300, or we can have the law enforcement at $584. And so I was choosing for the lower one because we don't have law enforcement in our town, and we don't therefore need law enforcement liability. We fall into auspices of the counties, unless there's a different opinion here. You can cross that $584 out. She said she will, they do all this together. And so we do have, as you saw in our September end financial, the check did clear for the building insurance, so that's already been paid. We've already put $1,100.58, which was paid back in June. So that $2,000 number would be less the $584, less the $1,100 that we already paid. And so I believe
This is to meet the ground lease agreement that we just tabled?
this is to meet the requirements of the ground lease in the current state. So this would be in the current state, and there may be negotiable, room there, but I wanted to kind of see the high end.
Well,
Does that make sense?
I would have us wait on that. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's what
Certainly.
Terry's
Yeah,
point was. And also, we didn't get that packet till much later.
4:23 this afternoon.
Yeah, so I understand it came late. I've been, like I said, working with her for weeks on that. She finally was able to, and it was a lot of paperwork on my behalf to fill out. So she was trying to be attentive. She was on a vacation that played into it as well. So, but just so you'll have that, that's kind of the worst case scenario on these numbers. So I wanted you to be aware of that.
Anybody signed up?
On this one, no.
Number
Well, wait a
5.
minute. This is 5. So Robin, okay. Shelley, okay. Tracy, okay. All right. No. All right. So.
So do we want to table or just let it die?
Let's let it die.
Okay.
Okay. Let's just move on.
It's dead.
Yeah.
All right, number 6, discuss and take action on septic installation costs for the new town hall site. All right, so we've been messing around with this for a few months now. Still, the best quote was by CBD Septic and Excavation using the formerly purchased parts of Clearscreen, their spray head, their existing components, which involves the pump. I think it's worth the pump and what was the other part? I don't remember the name of the other part, but they go together, and that was around $1,500 worth. It's brand new, never been used. Well, it has been used a handful of times, let's put it that way, fairly new. So this was his best proposal. The other proposals were higher than this. This is good. This proposal is good for 30 days. It was on 9/25, so I suppose it's good until 10/25. And this does include a 2-year maintenance agreement and permit. So it does include the Clearstream 500-gallon and the spray head. Again, we've already had the septic engineered, outline how it needs to go.
I know there's a sense of urgency, Tara, around getting some of these things done, but especially with this new ground lease, and maybe we have to put the parking on the other side, or we may end up parking where the building is or something. I'm getting nervous about putting things in the ground, we may end up parking where the sprinkler heads are or something.
Well, no,
because
it's all in the back. If you saw the septic engineer, it wouldn't affect any parking whatsoever. It's all behind the building. It's on the top of the mountain, or, well, it's on, so it's 5 foot from the back of the building, and it's right there. And the spray head is on there as well. So if we were to do any future parking in the front of the property, it would not affect that whatsoever.
So no free car washes?
No free car washes.
And Tara pointed out that's due to the engineer's report, where the location of the septic
Yes.
tank would go. That's not our discretion.
Right, and he put it 5 foot from the back of the building, and then the spray head also there, and so it's on the mountain, so, of the foundation. So if there was no lease agreement, the parking would be in the front of the property, and that is not even in a close proximity.
So I guess another factor I would bring in here is I'd remind us as council that we're getting ready to talk about legal invoices here in a minute. We've spent 50% of the year's legal budget in the first month. We're going to be a little short on cash here pretty quick if we're not careful.
Well, I do recognize that. We do have $15,000 in the new budget year that we have not touched, not one dime. So we have $15,000 for new town hall site, and we recognize that, having the temporary town hall in my feed store office is not ideal. It's not ideal for a secretary, it's not ideal for me, and I think it's important to go ahead and show the folks that we're moving forward. We've had this on the agenda, 3 times now?
Yeah. I know that I've personally gotten comment that, the moving into the town hall will only affect a few people, and I understand that person's perspective, but I think it actually affects the entire town. I've actually heard other people say, I won't go to TAC and Ag to take care of town business. So, I mean, there's two sides of that argument. I understand one side more than other.
Would be nice to be in a neutral place.
It would be nice. It would also be nice to be able to conduct our business in a dedicated space for our town's business. So this does not exceed what we have already budgeted?
No.
Do we anticipate that?
I mean, this is the highest dollar item, but, you have to have a septic to be able to move in.
Right.
The hands down, you just have to. And so I don't think prices are going to just be going down anytime soon.
That's what I was going to say, is I don't like spending money, but, septic's going to get more expensive and money's going to get less valuable, so we might as well just get it over with.
So do we have a motion?
Well,
We got to
Well,
have
let's discuss
citizens
it,
comment.
citizens
Okay.
I want
comments and
to
everything.
add something. I agree that it needs to be done, but it is one of the last things in the construction project. Tara, you mentioned building several houses, so it is one of the last things that's done in the construction process. During the construction process, they use outdoor toilets. What am I looking for? Portable toilets. So I don't know how far we are from moving in that building, but more importantly, we're all fiduciaries of this money, and we have literally spent half of our budget paying for bills from last year, but regardless, in the first month of this fiscal year. And as a fiduciary, I think y'all all need to consider, maybe let's wait. It's not, it is the last thing during a construction project to put that in.
And we're near the last stages of construction.
Okay, I'm just telling you,
Yeah.
we got $22,000 worth of expenses, so it's not the last thing. As a fiduciary, I think we need to consider that.
Okay, Tanya Pollock. I think she left. Kevin Sinkovich. Robin Followell. Chad West.
Chad West, 19370 FM 986. I guess my issue is just purely financial. Based off the last bank statement, you got 56.5. You got $18,000 outstanding in FEC returns, which takes you to just 38,502. You've already approved $3,900 in roads, septic $6,400, gravel is $2,950, and we don't know if gravel is going to be good enough because based off the lease agreement, it may need to be paved, which leaves, even if you leave that at $2,950, $25,252 left. You made some comment about the legal fees. I don't know what that number is. But essentially, unless you have any revenue between now and the end of the year, because I don't believe you have any quarterly payments until January or the end of December.
And we still have, actually, 2 solid waste.
And the typical revenue from those are what?
I'm not going to answer that right now. I can't.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll go back and look it up. But, I mean, right now, based off what you've spent and plan to spend, the town's at 25,252. And I mean, if I'm just using, based off the comment, I think the legal expense was 55,000 for the year.
40.
Based off the
40. Budget's
40.
40.
Budgeted for 40.
And we said, it was stated that where you spent half of that in the first month. So I'm assuming that's 20 grand. So that means that that 25 is going to go to $5,252.
Yep.
So the different budget categories, so,
He's talking about physical money in the bank that we can write checks with, and that's my point.
Yeah.
so just because we have these invoices doesn't mean we have to pay them. Cash flow typically, cash flow mandates that you pay in increments. So I own 2 businesses. If I get certain invoices, I may pay net, and we've been told that we can pay, by Patricia, she said we could pay net 60. So what I'm saying is we don't have to.
I was brought up to pay my bills.
I'm not saying we
And at the end of the
don't,
day,
but
when somebody is giving me a bill for $20,000, I got to plan on having $20,000 to pay for it.
okay, so
And
this is.
Just going through the math, there's
Okay.
$5 grand left in the town.
I'd have to look at those numbers again.
If you'd like, I can type it up and send it to everybody.
Yes, I would, actually. All right. Thank you, Chad. Tracy Heads?
As a previous balance on it as well.
You know, that's a good point, and that also got me thinking, one thing that's not on here is if this lease agreement doesn't work out, which in my mind is in the air, that's going to add extra cost, and that does need to be taken into consideration, and we are running tight.
Okay, so if we don't get a septic in, we won't be able to move in, period.
We're a pretty country here.
Okay, so currently, we actually will be getting our quarterly revenue from our solid waste vendors, and
What date are we getting that?
actually, they're a little late. It was due October 10th. We've only received 2 of those. Okay, so right now, we're at 56,502. Of course, we do have, like I said, I think it's about 3,000 maybe. I'm trying to answer Chad's question off the top of my head, but, so.
Do we need a motion?
Let's try the last.
Yes. Joe Tracy was, she passed.
I move that we do not install the septic at this time.
Second.
We have a motion that we do not accept the septic installation at this time, and it's seconded. All those in favor? And that fails, 2-0. So do we have another motion?
Make a motion, we accept the CBD proposal for $6,400.
Do we have a second?
Well, I make a motion, we table this to the next agenda.
Wait, we gotta have a motion. We gotta
We have
have
a
something.
motion.
Was it seconded?
It wasn't
No.
seconded.
We need a second on that, on
We're
Tom's.
observing the silence here to see if somebody.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. I think it's dead.
Then I'll make a motion to table this topic until the next agenda so that we can take a look at what the parking lot may look like in the future, give us a better idea of the funds.
And I would also like to take a look at the result of November 8th election, see if we have any other potential income coming in, because the roads are important.
I'll second Simeon's motion.
Okay, so
I'm not sure what the motion is.
we have a motion.
Table it.
We have a motion
So
to
we're not
table.
gonna pay it tonight, my motion fails, but we're
No,
gonna
it's
table
just
it.
that installation. We have a motion to move it to next agenda, and it's been seconded by Jackie. All those in favor to move it, table it to the next agenda? And that passes, you know.
No.
You're a no? Okay, so it is 4 and 1. Rather dissenting.
No, I'm exercising my right to vote no.
Is that not a no? All right, number 7, discuss and take action on other town hall site cost. In a nutshell, so here's a spreadsheet on the other town hall cost. I've tried to keep it updated routinely. We did have some seed put out for erosion control. Thank you for the guys that worked on that, free of charge, so we don't really need the Acrylics. They were able to make it slope at a grade slope, so that the hay over that should be just fine. We did get some rain, so hopefully that will sprout. The only other thing on here that is pressing is the electricity. So Encore did their part free of charge. They had a contractor come out and put the large gray pipe in. And so we have a tentative service. They were picking up the energy, I think, yesterday or today. We have a tentative energy, but I need from the council to look at the what you want to do as far as rates. So if you want to sign up for, this is the best rate that we could find was George's Albaca. And remember, to do any repairs or any painting or any of the, we have to have electricity. Any of the carpentry, we really need electricity, especially with the price of diesel. A lot of these contractors are busy, they don't want to have to use their generators and fuel them. So we have the best one here, of course, is for 60 months at 0.108. If you go with 36 months, it's 0.12. If you go with 24 months, it's 0.123. 18 months, 0.13. This is in kilowatt hours, 0.137 for 12 months. And then he comes back and he said, look, we've got a great deal right now, our best deal going. It is like a market, it changes and fluctuates. It's 0.091 for 60 months. So I'm looking for council on where you want to go with that.
I anticipate the market rate for electricity is going to go up, so when you say it fluctuates, I read it and I wasn't sure.
On where you want to go with that.
I anticipate the market rate for electricity is going to go up, so when you say it fluctuates, I read it, but I wasn't sure what it.
Well, he said if you lock it in, you get the best rate. If you lock it in for 60 months, it's the best rate going right now. He said he said like if you wait until November, he can't guarantee the 0.091. And so I was trying to get him to, okay, can you tell me even a range? And he said, well, I can't promise anything, but he was trying. So right now, as of October, it is he was trying. So right now, as of October, it is the best rate is 0.091 for 60 months.
It's kilowatt hour.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think that means you have to buy 5 years worth of electricity. You just can't switch providers.
Yeah, the contract for 5 months.
And that was hands down the best rate that I found.
That's a good rate.
It's a good rate. And again, those of you who are on FEC owns the lines and does all the billing. And with Encore, they own the lines, but you have to get a different service to do the invoicing and servicing.
So the question for the council really is, do we want 60 months? If we do want 60 months, then we go for the better rate. If we don't want 60 months, then we have to be prepared to pay more.
Or pay less.
How would you, all the pricing plans say the lower.
He said next month it will go up, is what he said. So that's kind of why I didn't because it says extra town hall cost, I thought that we could go ahead and address that maybe and then get it back locked in perhaps so that we get the best rate for the public money.
Do we have any speakers on this one?
This is number 7. Kevin? Did you want to speak to this?
No.
Robin? Shelley?
I moved closer so that it would save a whole 5 seconds.
Thank you.
You are so welcome.
Out early.
Okay, considering our discussion on number 1, this is a prime example of a problem because I'm looking at this other town hall site costs. I didn't know you were only going to talk about the electricity, okay? So there's a thing. So I'm just going to throw out what I was going to say. The town has a serious lack of trust. I'm sure you guys have figured that out. A lot of that is because, say for instance, information regarding the unenforceable sales and use tax was withheld from the public, okay, until you guys could sign off on agreeing to get the building. And then, I have it under good authority, that information was withheld from council regarding FEC refund debacle until after the building could be moved. Yeah. At the moment, we don't know how much the refund to Encore is going to be, okay? They can't seem to open Dorothy Dillon's map to figure that out. We don't know how many outstanding uncashed checks the town of Poetry has because of the accounting system. And we don't know the upcoming bills, like the legal bills. I have a feeling we're going to figure that out in a minute. So, until these questions are asked, or answered, excuse me, as a citizen, I am asking you to halt all purchases associated with the town storage unit. Please, by all means, do make a solid to-do plan for when the funds are available. But until we have our finances fully determined, stop spending money we don't have.
Thank you, Shelley. So, a point of clarification, all the checks from FEC were already taken out of this year's budget. It was in last year's budget. That was already taken out.
No, my point was that the town knew that the money was going to have to be refunded to FEC before the building was moved.
There was nothing solidified yet. It was all legal.
Are you going to stand by that?
There was nothing solidified. So,
Final answer?
You know what? I don't like that done, so. All right, so Chad West.
Chad West, 19370 FM 986, same comment as last time. It's based off us, and I did go back. And it takes a little bit of work because you got to do a little average on AWTCRS because from a timing perspective, but your next payment's going to be roughly about 54.29. That's the average of what we've received so far based off of the quarterly payment. So for 25 minus 20 in legal bills, we got 10. And if you go back and look at what the refund was on FEC, it was actually 37% of the first 3 payments that we got made. If you put the same math on Encore, that means we got $11,000 bill. We're writing checks with money that we're hoping we're going to get. And while the sales and use tax may have passed in the past, there's no guarantee it passes this time.
Thank you, Chad. Tracy Dix. Okay, so the electricity, if we lock in a rate, you can get it locked in so it saves our town money. It doesn't cost us anything, but especially if the building is not being used, it costs us the basic fee. It's pretty basic. I think mine, $32 or something.
Basic customer charge. So Tara, when we decide, say we decide on the line, then does Encore come in and make the final hookup?
They've done all that they're gonna do, and then Reliant then connects the line to the meter base.
Reliant will do that.
But Congress said they can't do anything yet, it's just sitting
Would they
there.
be charged by Reliant to do that final hookup?
They, he said that there might be like a small little, could be like $100 something. I don't have any other citizen comments. Oh, I'm sorry, Patrick, you are here, sorry. Please do. It's fine.
Patrick Smith, 18730, FM 1565. Is it accurate that the building was moved on August 17th of 2022?
I believe so.
Okay. So before that date, did you become aware that the methodology that the town had used to come up with the data for the FEC franchise fee did not conform to state law?
I don't see that this is pertinent to number 7.
Well, you just had this whole discussion under number 7 about
I know,
when the building was
I'm not
moved.
gonna answer that, we've got a long night, I don't wanna go down that rabbit trail.
Well, you've already discussed this issue. Why is it done now?
Anything else?
Before the FEC utilized the GIS information that they had obtained, did they send it to you and Dorothy
Okay.
Dillon to approve?
Okay, this has nothing to do with the town hall site. It's off topic.
Well, the issue.
It's off topic.
You've already discussed the issue. How is it now off topic?
Okay, your wife brought it up, I'm saying it's off topic, let's get back on topic so we can finish tonight, thank you.
Okay, well, we're going to the trust issue, and do we need to?
Okay, again, you're off topic though, my job
Okay,
is to.
ma'am, just tell me I'm out of order and I need to sit down.
Okay, you're out of order. You can maybe discuss it on general topics if you would like. All right, so we want to focus in on town hall site cost.
Ours is the only issue, the electricity.
I just wanted you to see the update, but at this point, yes, I did mention briefly the lighting that might be needed, but we're not ready really. I don't have any quotes yet on that, don't have any other quotes, so I just want to keep the town council apprised and the public apprised of where we are. It is a monumental task, any construction project can be, so we're doing the best we can, but as far as just turning on the electricity so that if there was someone who wanted to donate their time in carpentry skill, they don't have to use their diesel as well, if they don't have electricity to use.
It may be unpopular opinion, but I'm actually probably in favor of approving it just because it's a utility. If it was any physical thing like the septic, I've already mentioned that, I'm not a fan of that, money's tight. But when we can just turn it off, or just not use it, not spend money, then it's just there if you need it.
Do we have a motion?
I want to hear from everybody on the council first, maybe.
I know that there's some, at least implied reluctance to use the facility without a working bathroom, so I get that.
Well, the other thing to consider is we need security on the building, and without electricity, we can't have security. So we're putting our building at risk without electricity.
I also am remembering that if we don't use it for town business for 6 months, it reverts back, so it would be nice to have, even if we had some kind of event there, that we can call it official business, it would reset that 6-month calendar. I think that this is a small cost for that assurance. So, yeah, that's my thought.
I agree, we need to get the electricity in, get it done. We just need to decide which plan we're gonna take.
So we have on the table, the best rate is a 60-month one.
Then I would take the 60-month plan.
Do we have a motion? I'm sorry, you're out of order. You're an electrician?
I'm an expert in electricity for 10 years. Mind if I say something? Just to the council, because I want them to know before they make a decision like Tom just suggested.
Okay, so I thought you were in land development.
I have 10 companies. It'll be 30 seconds. It's not electricity.
All right.
Okay. Just
All right.
just so the council.
All right, come on up. Well, you have a hearing voice. Come on up. We'll listen to you for a few.
Just 30 seconds. I don't want to make
Okay.
Chad DeLito, 10790 County Road 2450. I've sold electricity for over 10 years, so I just want to stop you from making a long-term contract in the highest rates we've ever had in recent history, okay? So do a 1 year, short term, so you can get out of it. For two reasons. Number one, the cancellation fee is way lower, and if you have to change or get a better product or better rate, you'll get a better one. The second thing is if we disincorporate, you're gonna owe that commercial debt for 5 full years. You don't want to owe electric company for 5 years because you can't get out of it. Is that clear? Any questions?
Are you anticipating that rates will go up?
Absolutely, absolutely. I've been in it for 10 years, it goes up and down like a roller coaster.
I understand, but I really want your expert opinion. I mean, because based on geopolitical activities going on right now, I'm not seeing anything that's going down anytime soon. So
Oh, no,
it's
fossil fuels that will absolutely be going down. It's at the highest it's been forever. I have a solar company, and my solar company is killing it because rates are so stupid high. It's not good if you go long-term at the highest rates in any situation. So go short-term and be nimble and flexible. You can get out of it next year, 6 months, 12 months, it's no problem. But if it's a commercial meter, you actually have to be on the hook for the entire 5 years of generation, no matter if you want to cancel tomorrow or not. If it's a residential meter, you can get out easily. So my first question was, is it a residential meter or a commercial meter at the town hall?
I believe it's commercial.
Then you will be responsible for every month you sign for it going forward. And if you get out of it, you'll get sued by the electric companies. I've seen it, I've done it, I've been in the middle of it.
So we're looking at a total of $2,100, and the basic rate is $35 a month. So it's $2,100 over the course of 5 years.
To give you an example.
It's not.
No, to give you an example, my commercial business now, when I just renewed, I had a 3-year deal with my Richardson office. It was 4 cents just 2 years ago. So the fact that we're 9, 10, 11, 12 right now, that's energy plus delivery. So it's actually much higher than the rate you said. And that's just the energy only rate. There's a transportation rate as well. In a residential meter, it's all bundled in one rate. So if you said 9 cents as a residential meter, that's pretty good because it's like 6 and 3 or 5 and 4. Commercial, every price you say is an energy-only rate, plus the distribution and the transmission fees.
You said there would be no distribution fee. Now, Encore has their own, so yes, there is an additional.
Yeah, it's whatever it costs to
so
transport
there
the
is
power.
no.
Well, then you might want to check if that could be a residential meter. So if it's a commercial meter, it's separated. If it's a residential meter, it's all in one.
But it should be incorporated like you said.
But if you disincorporate, you'll be on the hook.
I don't think we have enough votes or enough signatures.
What's the one?
You guys see what I'm
So
saying?
1 year is a .137.
Yeah, so it's a higher on a 1 year. I don't know if that's the best they do, but 60 months for 9.5 when I was at 4.5 cents.
.09.
If it comes down next year, you're going to be kind of stuck with it, is all I'm saying. And I don't think
So
you guys
.13
want to do that.
So basically, we're looking at a 4 cents per kilowatt hour difference.
And that doesn't matter if you're not using much. It's just a contract you'll sign on to. And like I said, people get sued for trying to break them and leave them every day by electric companies. Because you're literally, it's like an alarm system. You're signing on for every dollar that you bought in advance.
Okay.
And that's what they're doing. They're going to buy 5 years of your usage in advance at today's prices and lock you in a contract and make you spend every month going forward. If you get out of it, there is almost no way out of it commercially. So,
Okay.
consider
Thank
that.
you for your explanation.
Thank you.
All right, so with the additional information, how do you all want to go?
Well, it would be nice to know, to points you raised, what the various scenarios are, not disincorporation, that's the extreme one, but just, if something else happened and we need to change our mind, or we're obligated. So is it a commercial, is it a residential, what's the finished cost?
So they have, so for 18 months, it's .13, so 0.137, 0.123 for 24 months, 0.12 for 36 months, 0.108 for 60 months. And they said through October, because I had actually reached out to them in September, and so for October, it's down now at the .09 for 60 months, but he said next, of course.
I mean, to his point, we're running a copier of when you get in a septic pump. I mean, we're using like 6 light bulbs worth of power, so 4 cents a kilowatt hour is not going to be a huge difference if we went short term.
Unless you have a power saw that's doing the carpentry.
Well, that's short term.
Really,
Yeah.
power will be next summer when we have electricity for air conditioning. Until then, it's gonna be very low.
Okay,
If
so.
I have a lot of other questions to be answered.
Okay. So if your comfort level is at 12 months or 18 months versus a 5-year?
Well, I guess I would say, I think Chad's right. I think the prices are coming down. And I have a lot more reasons than one year, 2 year. And I think Chad's right. I think 1 year would be better because I do think prices are coming down. Well, there's a lot of reasons behind that.
Is that a motion?
I make a motion, we take a 1 year deal.
Okay.
All right, second.
All right, we have a motion by Anderson, seconded by White, to go with a 1-year commitment with Reliant Energy at the .137 kilowatt hour for 12 months. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously. 5-minute break, recess. Okay, we're going to resume. I believe we are on number 8. Discuss and take action on paying legal invoices.
You have an expert?
We have an expert, Jamie Messer.
My family and friends might say so. Anyway, okay, let me just address this at the beginning. I know y'all are a young town, I know you have growing pains. I gave the mayor our invoices for about the last 3 months or 4 months. 3 of the invoices I cut down to $5,000 per month, and so we're waiving $9,600 to help you, and so I want to be a partner with you. I want to help you. The mayor asked me, can we pay these, maybe in 2 installments? My response is, I want to help you any way I can. You have dollars you can spend on other things. I mean, we need to help you. We need to provide legal advice, solid legal advice, so you can make sound decisions. Y'all, we have other small towns we represent. Y'all pay the bills off, our bills off, however you want to pay them off, right? As long as you make some payment, I'm fine with it. I know y'all need to get to other things, and I'm fine with that. So I'm here to help. I'm here to try to partner with you. The real issue is to establish a long-term relationship, and over time, everything works out. So that's my view on it. So if you have any questions about anything, I'm happy to answer them. I'll also tell you my philosophy about billing. Maybe a couple of times a year, I'll have a client call about some entry or some entries on some invoices. And my philosophy on billing is you pay what's fair. Whatever you think is fair, you pay, and I'm fine with it. And so if you think there's something that is off or should have been billed to another client or it's too much, my response is always you pay whatever you think is fair, and let's just go on. And what's important to me is the relationship. So that's how I view billing. That's what I've tried to do to help poetry out and short term. And I just want to make those comments to you as you're looking at our invoices, and if there's anything about on our relationship, I'm happy to address those issues.
Got a couple of concerns. One is that I submitted one item for review, and it was reviewed by Emily. She went on vacation. It was reviewed by Chris. He turned over, I think his name was Chris. Somebody else. Right, and then with Emily's departure, it's being reviewed by another person. So that feels to me like it's a triple bill. How would we address that kind of thing in the future?
Project Home. So Emily is a very good young lawyer. She did excellent work. She went to a large downtown firm that we compete with. But she needed something from you. And that comes with experience. And so there were some things that I know that I reviewed. I know there were some things that probably Patricia reviewed. We're both, senior partners. So I don't know, but other than you calling me and say, hey, tell me about these specific issues, I don't know how to address that it's other than a case-by-case basis.
Okay, and I think the one that gets me the most is the inconsistency in billing and how long it takes for us to get a bill. We have no way of being able to estimate or ramp or change.
Yeah.
So, what's the proposed solution to that?
We try to get our bills out by about the 15th of every month. And sometimes it doesn't happen. And y'all are one of the times that does not happen. And that's my fault.
We haven't had a monthly billing since we've started. And I appreciate all the work that you guys have done and what you bring confidently. I absolutely do. But again, we haven't had consistent billing in a year.
Yeah.
So that's a huge concern because we don't know what it does for our budget. We have a bill and boom, half our budget's gone.
Yeah, and we'll kind of get into the next item, I think, so.
Yeah, because I was tempted to ask a question too, but I think Brian on 9.
Yeah,
think
we'll,
we're gonna
we
do a
can go
little
more
bit of,
into that, perhaps.
Check that.
It's been a year, I have employees I do an annual evaluation on and trying to communicate some of those things. But as far as the invoices, thank you for that clarification. So with that said, I'm looking at just maybe the most, so October 6th, all 4 of these are dated October 6th.
Yeah.
The May one is made from May, I guess the month period ending May 31st is $5,023.58. Is that one, this particular, and it's several pages, is there anything on here that council members have issue with on any of the line items that maybe you want to address at this time?
First, to point out that it's a significant discount, $3,600. I'm getting about $1 million. So the law firm is already quite a bit. Original invoice was about $8,600. They wrote off $3,600, so we're down $5,023 for May.
Andy, I want to thank you as a council member because you have frequently showed us y'all's desire to help us out. I mean, these discounts and so clearly not going there. I don't expect it though, so.
Over time, it will all work out.
Okay.
Rate going up.
But you're right, I mean, you're right, monthly bills, y'all need regularity, I understand that, I'll do my best to get on that.
Yeah, we really appreciate what you've done to help us out. Get started.
Okay, so we going invoice by invoice? Tara?
Well, I think tonight I'd like to just maybe address the May 31st one and have it, unless, I mean, I would maybe suggest that we just pay the May one.
Kind of like Chad went, but when I get a bill, I'll pay it, so I don't know.
Well, I think for
we
cash
need to
flow
pace our
purposes,
taxes.
I think, yes, I think we should pace ourselves, just having two retail business and manufacturing business, I think cash flow is.
This is work that was done back in May.
But we just got the invoice October 6th, so, and he said that, he would give us time on that, so I just think that I'd really like to really go through this with the line kids home, and I do appreciate the write-up, but I would maybe suggest.
I would have a proposal for you.
Okay.
This is painstaking, and y'all have done this in your time, as do I. Y'all give your comments to the mayor, and whatever you feel is fair, pay. Whatever you don't, we'll see where it is. How about that?
Thank you.
That way we're not going through whatever it is you want to do, and it'll be simple.
Okay, so what is council?
So maybe just, why don't you tell me in a week or two, whatever you all come up with, and send it to me, and it's gonna be fine, whatever it is.
So if they send their comments to the secretary, then.
Whatever the amount is,
You can file that.
y'all end up thinking it's fair, I accept that, and we'll go forward.
But we can't make payment without council motion. So
Right.
we got to either have a special meeting or we're waiting for.
Yeah, I don't really want to. But that's why I'm saying I would feel more comfortable, like you said, something, and this is, having businesses, you could just pay something that says a lot. And so, like, that would give us maybe more time to go through these pages.
But we should pay against an invoice, and if we then come back and discover a discrepancy, they'll credit it, I would expect, on a future billing. So at least he's got some good faith from us. Again, I realize the bill is light, but still, this is work they really did for us. These ordinances, nothing back in May, June, July. That's a long time to wait for money.
Well, I guess first, we have, our contract says 120 days. I believe that's right, to pay. Depending on how it's viewed, we should be paying for May at least.
No.
Well, it's from the date of the invoice, the date of the invoice is October 6th.
I mean, if we have, I don't know if we have a fee agreement with y'all, or just a handshake, whatever it is, but our fee agreements don't have a time frame on payment. And usually say, the general principle is you pay within 30 days.
Okay, realizing it's late and all of that, Tara, I make a motion, we pay the May invoice.
Is there a second? Of course, we do have citizens' comments. Ready to our rules of procedure. Citizens, you talk, Chad Smith. Okay, Chad West. Okay, all right, so we, you want to say that again?
Make a motion,
I would have is Patrick Smith and Chad West. That's all I have signed up. Is that correct? For number 8? Okay. All right, so we have a motion?
Yeah, we have motions in a second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Jackie and seconded by whom?
this is to pay the May invoice to Messer Fort McDonald in the amount of $5,023.58.
All those in favor? And that passes unanimously.
Do we need a motion that we're going to review the other 3 invoices and put those on the next meeting?
I think we can, you guys send your things, your edits, suggestions to the secretary, and then we'll file for next come together. Okay, so on number 9, the town council will deliberate on the employment duties, and evaluation of the town attorney firm.
So let me address that briefly. Periodically, we're reviewed by town councils, we're represented by many cities across Texas. And I welcome that ability to do that. Normally, that's done in executive session, so we can have a full and fair disclosure of everything, good and bad, and move forward and fair comments. That would be my request. You don't have to do that. I've never been reviewed in open session before. This will be a first. That's my request, but yep, I will, obviously, I'll work for you, so whenever you don't feel comfortable doing, I'm looking for.
I wanted to hear from citizens. So I want to hear from citizens. Patrick Smith? Chad West? Tracy Hicks?
Tracy Hicks, 9441 County Road 2430. I do want to remind the council that on the agenda items in the last few months, that the TML bill was misrepresented. It should have been the attorney.
This has nothing to do with.
Sure it does.
Okay.
It has to do with Mr. Messer giving us leeway on our bills. I think he's done an outstanding job of representing this council. He's gone over and above what most municipality attorneys would do for us. And I think y'all need to keep that in consideration.
Well, you took a sharp turn and I flew out the window, so you said TML.
So on one of the agenda items, it was miswritten. There was a TML charge, which should have been.
Oh, we had the name of the law firm wrong.
It wasn't TML, that's where you threw me off.
Yeah.
It was just, we didn't have, we had their website, Texas Municipal Law, in the agenda instead of Mr. Fort McDonald.
Correct.
So we didn't pay it at that time, we came back and paid it directly this
So
year.
is your point that they weren't reviewing the agendas clearly enough for typos?
Correct.
Okay.
And that was my error. That wasn't their error. That was mine. Okay, so,
Well, I'm gonna agree with, it seems like a fair request for Mr. Messer. I mean, and that's how we do all of our reviews for any employee in the town and such, so, I mean, that seems fair. It seems like we should just add it to the next agenda like
I mean,
that.
we're not up against a renewal date or anything.
well, he's here. We can go into an executive session at this time since he's here.
So, I would like that. I don't, it's not on your agenda to go to do it that way, unfortunately.
Actually, don't we have the town, okay, the town council reserves the right to recess into closed session at any time during the course of this meeting to discuss any matters posted on the agenda as authorized by the Texas Open Meetings Act. Section 55107, the clerk should always put that in there for this type of reason. Is that not?
If you want to do that for attorney-client communication, attorney-client work product, yes, you can do it for that purpose. That's a little different than employment.
So I was told that we could do this, but I understand if you haven't, and we were to be judicious. I think that people have a right to know of some of the things that were,
Well, we can highlight those after the session. We can come out and sort of give an overview, right? Not necessarily tonight, but that's how we've done other executive sessions.
so you're saying that you don't feel that we can go in executive session? Or
If you want to talk about attorney-client communication, attorney-work product, yes, we can.
Okay.
Attorney-client relationship, yes. If you want to talk more about employment matters, of a public officer, just like you are, then that part we can.
That seems like a really fine line between the two.
They're two different sections. They're two different sections.
Okay.
So we can express, we can talk about how we've worked together, but we couldn't necessarily make decisions on bringing in a different firm or anything like
That would be, I think that would be a fair way to look at it. Good or bad.
Okay. I think the main thing for me is on the, after you've been so nice to express, and on the agreement we signed over a year ago, we had Trish Adams' partner and Emily Boland, associate attorney. I found out on Tuesday, a week ago Tuesday, that we were no longer going to have, Emily said on the phone call that was her last day, and I had no notice. And so there were a couple things that are at the end of this agenda that fell through the cracks because of that, and it was a shock. I had no forewarning. And so that was unfortunate. And then,
I think this is what we talk about in executive section.
do you want to?
I think our options are, we could skirt that line if we want and go do it and get called out possibly, or we could do this at the next meeting and have him just on the telephone. I hate to bring it back, that's a long haul.
It is a long haul. It's 10 o'clock already. I mean, if.
That's just
I don't think we should bring it back. I think negative stuff should happen in private, positive stuff in public, so. I wouldn't want to castigate him or anybody else out there in public stuff, especially not somebody who's being generous to me.
Absolutely.
So either we sort of skirt the law here and go in the back room and hash it out and come out smiling, or we.
Well, now that he said that way.
Yeah, we're not gonna skirt the law, so I think we need to take.
I don't know, I'm just saying, he's not giving me a solid yes, so I'm.
You're gonna be within the law. We're gonna follow the law no matter what.
I would hope.
Well,
Yeah.
from my perspective, or whatever, my advice, I'm gonna tell you what.
I think it's a gray area. I mean, we've been told that we could, but again, out of respect for you, we want, not to be judicious anyway, but I think the public deserves,
Okay, we done with all, no public is talking, right? Everybody's done?
they've all decided.
Okay, so I make a motion, we push this to another agenda and have a proper executive session to give them didn't know until I printed this out 120 hours ago it was going to be on here. So I hadn't even thought through what feedback I would give him other than thank you. We'll miss Emily and welcome new attorney.
I think the other point is at least for now, we're locked in.
Nothing's going to change.
Yeah,
You're not locked in, believe me, if you don't want my firm to represent you, then I don't want to, I'm not gonna represent you.
No, I
And we'll part ways and it's cool, and, you know, you'll find another firm, and if you do, that's great, we'll go on.
Well-
So I'm not gonna work for people that don't want our services, but if you do, then I'm all about it, so it goes both ways.
Well, I guess my point is, you know, we owe you money.
I know, but
Yes, we
that
We're
will work.
not gonna walk away from that.
That will be paid over time, that's not the issue.
Okay, so we have a motion.
I'll second it.
We have a second, Valerie.
Okay, so we have a motion from Councilmember Jaffe to postpone, and seconded by Fowler, to postpone this to an executive session next time. All those in favor? And that passes.
Thank you, Andy.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, so number 10, discuss and take action on proposed template right-of-way agreement. This has been, what, the third time it's been on the agenda. It is a 39-page document. I think we had maybe one or two tweaks on it. There is a copy up here. That's a lot of paper and ink. So if you want to look at that, it has been on it, like I was down here. This is the third time. So we have, I think last time we said the receipt was going to, the inspector was going to look at it. Have you received anything from him? Was there any other amendments?
I have received nothing.
Okay, so the only amendment that I know of was the one that I suggested last time. And that was on page 25, I believe. So, this is the, okay, so this has not gone to legal, but on page 25, last time I said the preferred location of facilities is the far side of the ditch opposite the roadway, because it did look like it said that. We've got some other questions answered previously, so I think the last step on this is if you all like this, is it needs to go legal.
Can you say it again, where exactly you?
On page 25,
Yeah. Which line?
at the top there, after the first paragraph of components, period, the preferred location of facility is the far side of the ditch opposite the roadway. It doesn't say that anywhere in this document, and that was something just straightforward that Commissioner Strait recommended. Discussing this with him, and it's like, you know, just sometimes you just need to make it simple. This is 39 pages, so it's not simple. It's a lot of details. So
I see it. Which line down?
it's not on here. I think this is the original one that, because this was not my project, this was someone else's project. So, all right, so the preferred, so on page 25, at the top, the preferred location of facilities is the far side of the ditch opposite the roadway, period.
At the end of the first chapter, she wants to insert that.
I see.
Not chapter, paragraph.
So we didn't hear back from Mr. C. Bruce C. Is there, I think the two of you who worked on this, did you have any other feedback or input or?
Let me make sure that that edit is in the copy that I have, then I'll send it over and let's get it over to legal.
Okay, so is that a motion?
I so move.
You so move that?
That I make sure that amendment is in, or that edit is in there, and then we get it over to legal for review.
Is there a second?
Say it again.
I move that, I make sure that edit is in there on page 25, and then we get it over to legal for review.
Yeah, I'd say that.
Okay, so Councilmember Benson, do we have, Robin Caldwell, did you want to speak? Okay, Tracy did. Okay, all right, so we do have a motion, so a motion by Councilmember Benson that we make an amendment on the top of page 25, then send it off to legal, and it's seconded by Anderson, all those in favor? And that passes unanimously. Okay, so number 11, discuss and take action on town council code of ethics. So this one is also one that kind of fell through the cracks. It was supposed to have been reviewed by legal, but I think it got sidelined. This one, as a type, okay, so the template or whatever that was, I guess you call it a template, that was used for this was from the city of Terrell. Terrell is a home rule city, and so they haven't been a charter, and they're having to do all this. As a type A general law town, we're under the auspices of the state rules, and they already have 27 pages of documents on code of ethics. So why we're reinventing the wheel, I'm not sure. I don't think that we can do better than they can with our limited resources. I just don't think it's necessary. And this council has voted in the past that if the state already has something to cover us, why are we trying to redo it? So that's my take. Even though I did spend some time on it, but I don't think we're going to improve.
I think it actually does improve on that documentation. I don't see how that can be argued. These are very, I guess these are very specific. Brian and I worked on it, and of course, all of us have already read these. And all we asked for last time was solicited was edits. And I don't think we got any.
I spent 4 hours on edits. I sent them off. Yeah, I did. I had you, and so Andy, this is not in his head, he got it and.
Well, she sent them to your law firm, she didn't send them
But
to
I
you guys working on it.
CC'd you. No, I CC'd you, I checked it today, I CC'd you and Benson on that.
It was after.
It was the 13th.
Regardless.
Yeah.
So let me just ask you, what is it you're trying to accomplish with the ethics ordinance? There are, the mayor is right, there are some state statutes that deal with conflicts of interest and how much ownership interest you could have with the company or a piece of land, if you live close to property that's being zoned, those types of things and other conflicts of interest. I'm just trying to understand what is it you're trying to do?
Okay, so as far as speaking on conflict of interest, that wasn't that big a deal to me. State statutes know all that now. Brian wanted to keep that verbiage in there, and I didn't have a problem with that. To be more specific on these as a town officer is holding this group accountable and developing some kind of ordinance that outlines it. The state statute is good at telling you this is a code of ethics, but it doesn't really explain on how that process is going to be handled.
Yeah.
So, and I get it, that Terrell's home rule and the city I work for, they have these, but it doesn't hurt to have this document that tells people that we don't want them to accept a gift over $50. I mean, do we want them to, this is a condensed version of things that can get you in trouble on a day-to-day basis. I'm not asking somebody to read 27 pages of the state statute. This is a condensed version. And it's holding this council accountable for misbehavior. I mean, quite frankly.
Yeah, and so let me talk about implementation a little bit.
Okay.
So I understand you're trying to kind of add some areas that are really not addressed by state statute, like gifts, de minimis gifts. So how do you implement that? And so let me give you an example. Like in Murphy, one of the towns we represented, that there's an ethics complaint that has to be put in writing on a form the city secretary has. Any documentation, photographs, whatever, has to accompany that. That normally, that Murphy and other towns usually goes to the city attorney to kind of vet it. Does this really state a claim before it goes to the council? And sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. depending on what's stated and who the person is that's filing the complaint. So that is the way to implement it, and then ultimately, it would probably go to the council. A lot of towns have, y'all aren't big enough, but an ethics commission. Ethics commission's sole duty is to process ethics complaints. And I don't know if you've seen this, you probably have, but during election season, that can become problematic. It's not intended to happen at those times, but in some circumstances, a candidate, a council member file competing complaints against each other. And it can happen during election season, which makes it more difficult. So, not addressing the merit of it, I'm just saying if you're gonna have an ethics ordinance, some cities do, some cities don't. Some cities, their home rule cities and the charters require them. Not every charter does require that. It's just city by city, local standard. But if you have an ethics ordinance, you just need to be aware that they can potentially be used for the reasons that you probably aren't wanting to be.
They get weaponized. They get weaponized, is that what you're saying?
They can be, yeah.
That's-
Because
that was my concern too.
And then, that doesn't, I don't want to tell us to dissolve, I'm just giving you kind of a real world issue that you think about if that's what you want to do. And I'm not saying that's a good thing or a bad thing. Some cities have these, and some cities don't. So, you have the power to do that. You have the power, health, safety, and welfare, as a general law city to enact ethics ordinance. I'm just trying to get an understanding of what it is you want.
If you don't have a code of ethics and a citizen wants to make a complaint, how do we handle that if we don't have a document saying this?
Yeah, you would.
So they take it to the Texas ethics?
Yeah, they could potentially file a complaint with the Texas Ethics Commission. They do go through ethics complaints.
I think, to answer your question, and I think we had this discussion, we're not talking about this necessarily for us. I mean, I'm not worried about anybody on the council doing something I have to play. What we're doing, we're trying to establish a town with rules that will go forward. That's our objective, our goal right now. And so 10 years from now, there could be, and probably will be, totally different council, and there may be a situation where there is an ethics issue.
Right.
And so what we're really trying to do is set a precedent going forward, just like all the other ordinances, so that someone in the future already knows what's here.
Yeah.
Having said that, by the way, I think there's several little problems in it. One is that you need to define what business entity is and why it's, what it really means. It's not a business entity, it's an entity that's doing business with the town. The same with conflict of interest. That needs to be better defined.
Well, that's between us, and that's what we asked for the evidence. Master Fort McDonald has not yet reviewed this.
Okay, well, I wrote in my suggested edits, but I'm not a
Okay,
lawyer.
did you send them to us?
Excuse me?
Brian and I solicited them. We were charged with authoring this and reviewing it and bringing it back to council. We received no edits on this
So I sent mine October 13th, and I spent like 4 hours trying, so I'm sorry you didn't get those, but I did send those. So it's like a whole nother, do you have those? And I did CC you guys, so.
Yeah, you put, I think it's, you typed up there.
Tara's edits, yeah. I mean, and I did spend quite a bit of time.
Okay, so Emily asked for these on Tuesday. We had 4 weeks up until last Tuesday, or 3 weeks up until last Tuesday. So your submittal, after I requested Teresa to re-solicit y'all 2 days after the attorney firm asked me for it, is not a submittal of an edit.
So remember, I'm doing FEC reimbursements.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying we were charged with it, it was sent to them. You know what I'm saying? It was sent to us when we asked for it. It wasn't. Okay, so
Well, it was sent to you, but.
not in time for review to get it to council.
Okay, mine wasn't sent to you on time, I apologize.
Thank you.
And I'd be happy to turn over my suggested edits as a non-lawyer. On those points, it's really is what do we mean by a business entity and also conflict of interest to get it a little more clearly defined.
Right, but but it's a lot cheaper for Brian and Terry to compile those edits before we send what we think is a finished document to them. I don't want their law firm.
I agree with that.
So we may need to do another cycle to make sure,
It is,
take it out of your hands, let's finish it, and then we'll give it
Yeah,
back.
just so you know that this document really does need to be precise when it's passed because it has a lot of significance. And so we gotta make sure it's all I's are dotted and T's are crossed.
And that's totally on you.
I know.
We're gonna get our
I just want you to understand that though.
Right, but I'm not hearing that we're comfortable with what we think is a good document. Maybe doesn't pass legal much on a couple of areas, that's where you'll help us, but I don't want you generating the document, that's expensive.
Yeah, right. Just so y'all know, so Pam was here, y'all met her, she
Yes.
you were handling your job. She was just the chief integrity officer for the city of Dallas. and the
So
city
this
of
is right
Birmingham.
up here.
Perfect.
Good house then. Well, perfect timing then. So now, I guess we could, so Tom has edits, I have edits, and we want to get it right if we're going to go to this trouble. So can we,
So I make a motion.
Well, before you make a motion.
let's try McFarland?
I actually had some comments to make.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so,
Okay.
Mr. McFarland, if you could.
Sit on the corner seat there.
Okay, I'm gonna stay here to try to save some time.
Thank you, sir.
Every second.
Okay, so, to anybody that listens to me, one of the things that I've talked about is that we lack a lot of nuance in our discussions. On the council here, we don't get into a whole lot of details. So I'm gonna get into a little bit of detail here. It's gonna show the bipolar nature of my personality. When this first came up, I said, we don't need it. And then I was assigned to work on it. So I'm proud of the document that we produced. And I worked on it and made as good a document as I think that we could make between the two of us. And I'm still convinced we don't need it. I think the last session, we said that we set a precedent that if there's a state law pertaining to something, we don't pass something, we don't pick and choose what laws we're going to say we support and which ones we don't. So if this moves forward, I think it should concentrate exactly on those things that are not covered in the law. Where are we looking to tighten things up, not the broad aspect. But if it were to a vote on this document right now, I would be a no, even though I'm proud of the work we put into it, because of the precedent that we've set as a council.
I guess that was my general thought as well, and I do really like the document. I have some questions about how it would actually be voted on and implemented by council. But I also read through the entire synopsis that T&L gave, and it's really thick and dense, and to be honest, it's really solid. I like it. And if people can go through the state, that seems pretty good. I like it to be something that can't be biased. I'd like to pretend that future councils aren't going to be biased towards other members on the council, but I just don't know if that's going to play out in real life. So if it's handled by someone who has more authority, already has a document, and who's not going to be biased, it seems pretty positive. As good as this document is.
That's a very good point.
But I think, and I may be bipolar too, but I think I heard Andy say that if an ethics complaint or issue occurs in a citizen's opinion, their only recourse would be to go to the state level. And I'm just making this up. It's probably not going to get a lot of attention necessarily, whereas if we had some local mechanism, I don't know. I mean, there's puts and takes on having it local versus, we could just do a mirror image of the state, but have local processing or whatever of the complaints, or not that we need to take on anything else right now, but.
I'm curious with the add-on Ms. Liston, what she will shoot a hole in and what she thinks about our ethics. You asked me a while ago what was driving this, and I think it's because we have to handle some of this stuff in-house. I'm with Mike. We're sending if citizens start sending little complaints to the state of Texas, I mean, really, are they gonna look at a complaint if they feel like they've been treated disfairly? I don't feel like they're going to. I think this, I'm with Brian, I think this is a good document. Unlike you, I would vote for this. I think it's solid, but that's what gives us all a seat up here. So we've asked for solicitations for edits, and then we can look at those and vote if we want to send it to legal counsel for review or not.
No, Terry, my suggested edits are with Brian right now, but they're really on item 12, which is what is a business entity? In other words, how does it relate to being a problem? And then what is conflict of interest? And it's definitional issues.
Okay.
It's not the subject. I agree with the subject.
Okay. Steve, you said you had some thoughts?
I did. I mean, the main one, there was one that I wanted to specify, but I can put that in edits, and honestly, I should have sent that at the start. There is one that I knew probably warranted discussion with council, and that was, how is this implemented? You know, we have a problem with somebody, it goes through, you know, it's concern. The only thing I could see that kind of stated a procedure was at the end, said, you know, further agree that any violation of this affidavit shall constitute forfeiture of office, you know, you get kicked out. It makes sense, but who's going to determine that?
That's not going to be legal. So there is a statute in the local government code that talks about the way an officer, including a city council member or mayor, can be forced out of office. And you're not, we cannot, a town cannot usurp or contradict that law. So that law is a standard. Now, so what that means is if there is an ethics violation, the consequences, and if there's merit to it, then the consequences basically are censure, which is basically a common law remedy. It's not in statute, and which is basically a public reprimand.
Good, that's it.
You can't find them. You can't find them. You can't force them out of office. That's really the consequence. But there's the state statute could apply if there was serious misconduct, neglect, malfeasance in office, those types of things.
Okay, so the town officer, we defined it including the heads of committees.
Right, I saw that. And that's not necessarily accurate. So
that's what's in the city of Denton, putting in there a different type of municipality than we are. So is it? Under Chapter 22 of the Local Government Code, it specifies who the town officers are for type H general law municipality, and that is mayor, council members, city engineer, city attorney, city marshal, and any other officer you deem an officer. Yeah, so it's mayor, council member, Chapter 22 of the Local Government Code. I can look it up. Yeah.
So we don't disagree with that. Our thought on that was we got to be able to manage or redirect ethics complaints about people who are in official positions, i.e. secretary,
right?
i.e. somebody that works on your internet, your website, that's a vendor, but they have access to city documents, so we need to make sure that they understand there's an ethics that's attached to that accessibility.
So, officer is a legal term, and so secretary is an officer of the city. But anybody that has some type of considered sovereign power is also an officer. So most city attorneys would think that members of an economic development corporation are an officer of the city, and also probably planning and zoning commissioners are officers of the city, but other boards are not. A park board, an ad hoc board, they're not officers. They're not held up to that standard.
So how do we write a document for someone who has the website, any access to public records?
That's not yes. So, you could probably make an ethics ordinance applicable to city employees. I don't know how you could do that for a contractor. It's 22071 of the local government code. So I'll just read it to you. In addition to the members of the governing body of the municipality, the other officers of the municipality are the secretary, treasurer, assessor and collector, which we don't really have, municipal attorney, marshal, which is usually the police chief, municipal engineer, and any other officers or agents authorized by the governing body. So that lists them all, and if there's somebody else you want to make an officer, like a town administrator would be an officer. If you had a town administrator, doing your day-to-day,
And then any other seems to open the door to.
It does.
So volunteers are, volunteers are volunteers.
Right.
Contractors.
I would not recommend making an officer of the city.
Yeah.
So we can only let our ethics document apply to officers, and then for
And
the
employees, you could make it employees if you wanted to. Some cities do, some cities don't.
And then the grandest punishment we could do if they're found to be guilty on all charges is to say, don't do that again.
No.
Well, if it's an employee, and obviously you can terminate them.
Right.
But an officer has a separate statute that addresses removal of officers. So I'll read it to you. 22077. The governing body of the municipality may remove a municipal officer, which I just wrote you the list, for incompetency, corruption, misconduct, or malfeasance in office after providing the officer with due notice and an opportunity to be heard, which that's equivalent to due process under the federal and state constitution. So in order to remove them for any of those reasons, you basically have to have a trial. You have to give them notice and an opportunity to be heard. You sit as a quasi-judicial body, and then you decide whether they're going to be in office or not. That is the only way you can do that.
So if there is corruption found, then potentially the city council could vote out a member of the city council. And would that be just simple majority?
Yes, under that provision, yes. There's another, that's A. So B is a little more complicated, but it's by 2/3 for lack of confidence. And it says that the governing body lacks confidence in a municipal officer appointed by the governing body. So if you filled a vacancy, for sure, that would be an appointment. Or city attorney, city secretary, whatever. The governing body may remove the officer at any time. The removal is effective only if 2/3 of the elected aldermen vote in favor of a resolution declaring a lack of confidence. So you don't have to go through due process in that instance, but you have a higher threshold for the vote. You have to have a super quorum vote on it, but it's just lack of confidence, and that's not a defined term. And these other terms aren't defined in the government code either.
So supermajority for a council of 5 is all 5 or 4?
This is 2/3, so I'd probably be more fifths.
I just want to clarify that point. May I ask Ms. Pam, since this is something that you deal with, or have dealt with, I guess, for your, if you don't mind, I'd like to hear her speak. So I personally had the experience of knowing a mayor who this kind of thing was weaponized against her. She ended up having to move with her family. So with that in mind, we do have to weigh the risk versus the benefits. So in your experience, how many times have you seen it beneficial to a town to seek out those who have been corrupt versus weaponized perhaps, maybe, I don't know, but weaponized in a bad way against a political opponent, so to speak?
It depends on how you set it up. It does need to have a neutral tribunal aspect to it. That's my recommendation. It doesn't have to have that. The governing body could be that reviewing entity. But I have seen that somewhat undermine the effectiveness because somebody mentioned there could be favoritism involved or not wanting to punish your colleague. I've seen that public perception of that, whether it was reality or not, play out and undermine the effectiveness of the ethics ordinance. So my recommendation would be that there is a neutral tribunal built into the ethics ordinance to review ethics complaints if you go this direction.
That's normally an ethics commission that
Yes.
is typically appointed.
That's
I can tell you in my personal experience, I've represented the mayor and council members for the city of Dallas on ethics complaints that they lacked merit. We had to go through the hearing process and they got dismissed. I've represented the mayor of Garland on the same kind of a thing, and it lacked merit and it got dismissed. But I've also seen it in smaller municipalities where at election time, you've got cross complaints, another cross complaints on whatever you can think of, and then normally they die and the process goes forward, but it can. So, but that doesn't mean that they don't, sometimes, there are meritorious ethics complaints that are filed and that should be taken, and processed accordingly.
So Pam, do you see, since this is your expertise, do you see that something like this for Type A, this small little town that just formed fairly recently, do you see that where this might be beneficial, or do you think there's maybe this is something that could be handled later on, or?
Well, I would leave that up to you as the policymaker to make that decision. But we'll recommend it or not.
You might say something. All right, so it will take some legal funds to do it, I'm sure. So whether we tackle it now or tackle it later.
So.
Thank you. All right, we do have Chad McFarland that's been patiently waiting.
Chad McFarland, 19850 FM 986. This is probably one of the few things that I've been glad to see on the agenda. I think if the town, as Brian Vincent so eloquently put it a couple of months ago, this town continues to operate in a low-trust environment. If you want to make steps to change that, holding yourselves to a higher standard is the first step. And so that's all I have to say on that. I'm not going to comment on any specifics of the ethics, but I'm glad to see that y'all are considering this, because this would be one step to make things, give the public a little more trust.
Thank you, Chad. Robin Fowler, thank you for being up here.
Robin Fowler, 10618 County Road 2400. So I'm just going to basically go off what Chad was saying on that. Since this is for our future, I definitely think that it's something that would need to be in place. I know we are a country, we're rural, and it's all some people, the good old boy system, which violates normally code of ethics in cities and towns. And then just something in general, in just a few months that I've been coming to all these town halls, talking with other citizens, I know that a great concern is conflict of interest. So I'd be very interested to see how you'll define that. And that has been a great concern that's brought up to almost any time I've spoken with somebody about situations that are going on in our town. So going off of what Chad said, building trust, there's very little, and this would be a good step towards gaining more trust.
Thank you, Robin. Shelley Smith?
Truly, I'm just going to agree with them. I think keeping it in-house, keeping problems in-house is a very, very good idea, and I think it will help with community trust.
Patrick Smith?
I'll keep it short and sweet. I'd rather have this stuff handled in-house and locally by people that I know than people down in Austin that I don't know. I've had some experiences with people down in Austin that I'll just say I trust y'all a lot more, okay? And we'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Chad West? Tracy Hicks? Okay, that's all of our citizen comments. Okay, I feel like we
Yeah, I think just for, not a motion, but for clarification, so if the council and mayor would please send their edits and comments on this to Brian and Terry, not the law firm, and the secretary. Okay, send them to the secretary, and she'll send them, but yeah, let's not send them to the law firm quite yet, because we're still debating.
Okay, so no work on that yet. Okay. Nothing personal, we just don't want to pay for it. All right, so, I guess we'll just move on, with that understanding. All right, number 12, discuss and take action on a resolution of the town of Century accepting the electric franchise fee reimbursement list. So Emily said we needed this, I guess, because I'm not the lawyer, she was my lawyer at the time. So that for audit purposes, we have a written record that this happened. And so it is very simple. It is a one-page, and the signature of that. It basically says a resolution of the town of Poetry, Texas, approving the electric franchise fee reimbursement list, approving reimbursements, providing for the and providing for an effective date. The effective date was already September 30th. It's already a done deal. It's basically putting it in our written record that, yes, this happened. Yes, we did that. We did reimburse, and I think it's an auditing formality, is my understanding. So, I don't know. Let's see if there's any
I have a
comment
comment.
on it.
Yeah, on the fourth whereas, I'd just like to strike that to rectify the franchise fee billing errors. The town desires to make reimbursements as legally required. I still have I'm glad that our citizens are made whole, but I still think FEC should have paid it and we should have reimbursed them as a lump sum.
I agree with that.
And so as legally required indicates to me that we thought that we were at fault. I don't feel that, so I would like to scratch that.
So do you have any other language that you would suggest?
No, just scratch that particular one.
Okay. And that number 4, whereas to rectify the franchise fee billing errors, the town desires to make reimbursement as legally required. So, you know, their interpretation was different than ours, and it was unfortunate, so. All right, any other comments? We have, let's see, we have Robin Followill. Okay, Patrick Smith.
Patrick Smith, 18730-1565. What were the inaccuracies that were discovered that are referenced in this resolution?
Okay, we've signed a non-disclosure. I think we can state that. Broadly.
The non-disclosure was.
It was only for the,
It's
we just
for
can't give
the
his account
list.
information.
So the errors were that they charged larger, their understanding of the map and ours were two different things. That's how I can say it broadly.
Okay, map confusion.
Well, were the inaccuracies caused by the fact that the town had employed a methodology that does not conform to state law?
Answer that. We signed an agreement with FEC. It was not specified in the agreement. It should have been. We do have an amendment on the next item to rectify that.
Well, my question is, this inaccuracy, was it a result of the methodology that had been employed by the town of Poetry that did not conform to state law?
We weren't in charge of that. They were.
Yeah, so that's
We
gonna
had
be a
nothing to do
no.
with that. I don't know where their meter bases are, and nor is that anything that we can achieve. I mean, I know where the meter base is on my house, but I don't know for all the citizens where their meter base is.
Okay, so your answer is, this inaccuracy was not the result of the methodology that was employed by the town of Poetry that did not conform to state law.
Right.
I believe that is.
So we are supposed to be talking about the resolution here, so we're kind of getting off in the weeds a little bit.
We're talking about responsibility and who's legally required. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, anything else?
That wasn't because we suggested them look at it like that. Pretty sure that's what he's asking.
Your understanding is he's asking that, I'm not sure I
Let me try
follow,
it
so
one
I'm
more
not
time.
really.
I'll
Okay.
I'll rephrase it a
Okay.
little bit. Is it true that the inaccuracies that led to franchise fees being billed to people that shouldn't have been billed was the result of a methodology that had been employed by the town of Poetry that did not conform to Texas state law?
We did none of the billing, so that's, no. The answer is no.
Okay.
Because we didn't do the billing.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Chad West. Okay. Tracy Hibbs.
Robin first? Well, no, but Robin.
Tracy Hibbs, 9441 County Road 2432. At this time, I would like to be recognized as an expert on the FEC fees.
State your expertise.
I've done hours of research.
She is the one that brought this to the.
Well, I think our attorneys were also investigating this already, but,
I have new information to bring to light.
well, I mean, you do have your 3 minutes, so,
I'm asking for more time than 3 minutes.
well, we'll see. It is 10:45, so we're going to take that into consideration. So, actually, you know what? On the agenda is a resolution. I don't know that we need to get off in the weeds, really. So I'm going to say this is the map that we've already seen. So I don't want to get off in the weeds we're supposed to be addressing the resolution at hand here.
I think this pertains to the resolution.
Here, I guess we have one of these.
Do you have a way, Tracy, of summarizing before you dive in, or do you need to start in the detail, you think?
I think I need to start in detail. So if you'll
Okay,
pick up,
it is
if
in
you'll
my-
pick up your packet, FEC, we'll go over that one first. If you'll turn to tab 1. So this is just kind of a summary of what the action that the council has taken. So there was a motion made by Councilmember Anderson and seconded by Mr. White to accept the FEC franchise fees. If you'll turn to tab 2, I'm going to make this as quick as I can. Tab 2, Town of Poetry, Texas Ordinance 2021-0901 states this agreement with FEC. Under tab 3, y'all with me?
Yes.
Okay.
Keep going.
Under tab 3, section 26, effective date terms, which states, if the company FEC accepts this ordinance, it becomes effective as of June 30th, 2021. Okay, I'll just hold it. This ordinance shall become effective upon the company's written acceptance hereof. Said written acceptance to be filed with the company, by the company, with the town within 60 days after the final passage and approval hereof. The town never received and does not possess a written statement from FEC. We have a written statement from Encore, but not FEC. Why would we enter into agreement without a contract stating the company agrees with our ordinance. Remember, our own ordinance stated the company was to give us 60 days for written response.
So by the mere fact that they paid is,
That's not a question.
well, the mere fact that.
That's not a question.
You know.
Let me finish my
This is in the
statement.
weeds. This is nothing.
Let me finish my statement. All right. Still on tab 3, at the bottom of the page, you will notice Dorothy Dillon's signature is notary. How could Dorothy Dillon notarize a document on this night and this date if she was not present at this meeting? I went through the video, and Dorothy Dillon was not at the September 21st meeting. Tara stated at the meeting, we have some internet problems with Mrs. Dorothy, who has been in San Antonio.
Okay, so this is
Go to
on.
tab 4.
This is on the NIMS agreement, let that be known. It has nothing to do with FEC.
On tab 4 is a written request that I sent to the secretary, and her reply to my request was, there are no records responsive. Those are held at FEC, not here. But we hold an agreement with Encore.
Okay, your time's up. Thank you for your work on that, but this is kind of not on the resolution at hand.
No, but this goes to show documents that are not correct, ordinances that are not correct, and I want to explain the map.
Okay, your time is up. Thank you. Thank you for the work
Counsel?
on that. So it is late.
Is anybody else interested in hearing the rest of this? I mean, I think she's trying to bring it to a close.
Have y'all seen this map prior to tonight?
Yes.
Yes, we saw an executive
Did you
session.
vote on this map?
No.
So that goes to just cause for me to finish.
Just
So,
cause what?
cause
For
you
me to finish.
No, I think we've seen enough. Thank you.
If you could email us, I mean, you've given us
Just
some
I've
documents.
tried to do all this. I've tried to email. I've never.
We have public information requests that you've requested that are going to take hours already. We're going to try and answer you as best we possibly can, as soon as we possibly can. But you're way off in the weeds on this
No,
resolution.
you stood up here today
Okay.
and you explained that there was a
Tracy,
difference between what Farmers and Encore
Okay.
said to you, and I want to explain the Encore's, what Farmers' response was in their email. Because I guarantee you none of this council has heard it.
So we have worked that out with our attorneys. We have a non-disclosure agreement, so I really
That
think you're out of
non-disclosure
time. Okay.
agreement is only on their
Okay.
account numbers.
Tracy, your time is up. Thank you.
Really?
Time's up. Please email us.
The fact that she has committed
Okay, Tracy.
fraud against.
Oh, wow. Okay. Fraud is a huge term, woman. You're out of order. 3 minutes. You're out of order and you're out of time. Making accusations like that is totally unwarranted. Wow.
She said Robin's on the list.
Robin, she supposed to speak?
She already spoke. That was
Did you
Tracy was
speak
the
on
last.
this?
Tracy was the last one.
She passed.
Yeah, wow. Okay, so on this resolution, we have a suggested edit to strike number 4. Are there any other suggestions by council?
Move we accept as amended.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Vincent, seconded by Anderson, to accept this resolution as written with the amendment striking whereas number 4. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously. Okay, so number 13. Discuss and take action on an ordinance amending the electric franchise fee ordinance to clarify the points of delivery are the basis for the franchise fee applicability. So through this process, we recognize that our agreement with them did not actually specify what the state specifies. So in order to rectify that, on page 7 specifically, we have some language there. The company is expressly authorized by the town to surcharge each company's members whose point of delivery is located inside town boundaries, town limits, the full amount of the fee attributable to that member. The company's obligation to pay the fee shall extend for so long, but no longer than and only to the extent that the company may lawfully charge the fee to the company customers within the town. The point B1. Point of delivery shall be defined as the point where the company's conductors are connected to an electric consumer's conductors. So, again, we don't have their list of where those are. So it is up to them to determine where that is. All right, so.
Has that been vetted by FEC?
This one has, as far as I know, has not been vetted by FCC. So it's in our hands right now, and I guess we'll pass it to them. Okay.
So this basically is saying if your meter base is in the town boundaries, you're to be charged the fee. Doesn't matter whether your house or building, the meter base.
It has to be the meter base. So if 2/3 of your home is in the town boundary, but the third that's outside the home and your meter base is on that 1/3, then you are not charged that franchise fee.
It's located in the utility code, that point of delivery.
And it is a complex issue, and that's why there was some of this error. It is very complex, and so they had to go through with a fine-tooth comb with the CAD map and specifically look at each home that was in question.
So to the point of not vetted by FEC, do we have any sense for what their temperament's going to be on this? I mean,
do you have any idea on that? Yeah. Before it got lawyered up, Samantha was a very agreeable. She's their in-house attorney. They've been very easy to work with, I guess, better than what you might expect. So I think they want this as much as we do to make sure it's all clear.
So the addition to this franchise, there's a few, and I've highlighted all the changes. I don't know if y'all read both documents. But one is this acceptance by franchise, and I think that's what Ms. Hibbs was discussing. We're gonna need that back from FEC. And it doesn't look like we had one with the other one. I did want to point out too, we did a pretty bad job of vetting out that last agreement, because if you look in the franchise fees adopted, we're still discussing collections of solid waste.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one was unfortunate. So yeah.
I've read
Is it out of the new one?
That's our last
That
one.
the old one had a typo, and I'd asked for that to be changed, but it wasn't. Anyway.
Yeah, that was missed by.
It was missed.
It's something else that was removed
Yes.
from, this one from removed, the new one
The
has,
new one.
authorizing the mayor to execute this agreement has been removed from the new one. So is that saying that the council's gonna execute this agreement?
Well, it requires the mayor's signature and a
No.
notary.
So right after where it says franchise by franchisee, the last statement said authorizing the mayor to execute the agreement, and it's been removed from this copy. Does that matter or not? Okay. Okay.
so we need to make sure this is countersigned by farmers and sent back to us so we have a
Yeah,
fully
part of the
executed.
problem was that the person on the other end left left. All right, so 13, Robin Followill. Shelley Smith, Patrick Smith, Chad West, Tracy Hibbs,
It was important enough that they removed the whole signatory section out of this one. To act like it wasn't no big deal.
County Road 2432. So we're talking about ordinances, correct?
we're talking specifically about the ordinance with FEC.
With FEC. Okay, great. All right, so I want to bring your attention to the city ordinance number 2021-0801.
It appears to be our ordinance.
For
Ordinance, Town of Poetry for ordering a joint special election to be held November 2nd in the Town of Poetry, so our sales tax.
Okay, so what does this sales tax have to do with
Well,
anything?
the numbering, I think, is off.
I'm sorry.
Okay, this is really off topic. I mean, if there's
We're
something.
talking about
This
ordinance.
is
number.
Okay, no,
franchise,
this is an ordinance to deal with
This is a
FEC, not
It
elections.
says that one,
That's the ordinance number, but this is the franchise.
right, so
They're the same numbers.
the franchise agreement references 2021-0801, which is
Sales and use tax ordinance.
something, it's the wrong reference.
Okay,
Right.
so
And
maybe
the
that can be
ordinance-
handled through an
The
email.
ordinance number 2021-0802 is the ordinance number for Encore. in
Okay, so this
our
has nothing to
ordinances.
do with the current ordinance at hand, so please
has
keep
to
it
do
focused.
everything
No,
with
it,
things not being done properly.
okay, Tracy, we're doing the very best we can. Remember, we haven't had a city secretary in 16 months, we had it 5 months. So we're doing the very best we can. And if you
Tara-
have a correction, please just email us instead of wasting our time with things that are off topic.
Everything that
Adios.
you have,
Adios,
that you
bye.
have an issue with,
Go.
Please, you know what,
is-
you're done.
I'm
You're
not done, my time's not up.
I'm asking you to sit down because
on
you're
what
off,
authority?
you're off topic, that's why.
I'm not on top.
Yes, you
I'm
are.
talking about ordinance numbers.
You're wasting our time here. Okay, if you have a simple, you know what, you're no fun as a citizen.
Shut up.
All right, quit talking out of turn, please. The ordinance that we're addressing right now has nothing to do with what she was talking about. If there is a discrepancy, we welcome your emails on that. Okay? All right, so the current ordinance, we're trying to improve upon the last ordinance, that we want to make sure we're addressing the things that we need to. Are there any other comments by council?
So Andy, just to circle back around, there's a signatory section in the last easement agreement that also specifically states that the mayor is hereby authorized to execute the franchise agreement, but it's been removed. So I just want to be uber clear that we don't need that in this agreement. Okay.
Any other comments by council? Okay, do we have any motion? I'm glad to see that one correction was finally made.
So I move that we accept the ordinance as amended and resubmit to FEC for countersignature.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Vincent, seconded by Anderson, to accept as with amendments the ordinance regarding FEC franchise fee. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously. Okay,
Number 14, Tara, do we need to do that tonight? Because I think that's going to be a long one, and it's already after 11 o'clock.
any other comments by council?
I think we should, since they've hung out with us, I think we should at least hear from the people.
The citizens? Okay, that would be fair.
I'd also like to first ask our lawyers, do we need to form a commission in order to approve a comprehensive plan? Because to my knowledge, yeah, it didn't have anything to do with it. There was some confusion about, previous contact with y'all.
Yeah.
Thought that we might have to. That's the reason it was on this agenda.
Right, and then Patricia had sent back clarifying the code, and then it was not necessary.
See, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but as far as, now we do have people wanting to plat in our area, and so I think, to get it, the Planning and Zoning Commission set up is going to be important, but I would like to, in what she said in that same frame was, most of the time in small towns, the council does serve as the commission as well.
But we don't have a need for it right now.
Well, we do have.
Because we don't have any platting ordinance. or
We don't have any
subdivision
platting ordinance, but to get the ball rolling, that would be part of that.
Well, we don't even have a finished comprehensive plan.
Yeah, I guess
That's
we're going to
true.
discuss it. So, right now, I think we have a team of people who are very dedicated and now they're trained up on this. I would hate to start moving things off of their plate and onto us so that we would then slow the process down because we, have to have all open sessions. And we're also not trained up on it yet.
Okay. Chad McFarland?
I think you-
I think he gave up.
Did he leave? Okay. Kevin Sinkovich? Robin Followell?
Robin Followell, 10658 County Road 2400. So I know you've made it perfectly clear, city council can be the commission. I think that's not a good idea. I know that you're going to put it out there that I work for a big city, but planning and zoning, I'm used to dealing with Board of Adjustments, and it's made up of the citizens, and there's, like y'all have been stating, and I'm going to state it, there's no guarantee that y'all are all going to be sitting up there come future or even next year. So I think it's just better if you actually have citizens be part of a Board of Adjustments or commission, however so their voices are actually just heard, that not that you have all of the power going for the future in the town. So I know you can, but always because you can is not always the best thing.
I'd like to make sure that people are held accountable. So how is an independent commission or a commission of the Board of Accountability?
Well, I know like with my big city that has Board of Adjustments, citizens are appointed to serve on the board.
And so how does...
I'm sure y'all can chime in on all this good stuff, but I'm just saying, I know you've made it perfectly clear to me that council can be the commission, but that doesn't mean that it should.
So point of clarification.
So how is the Board of Adjustments held accountable to the citizens if they're not elected?
Well, they're appointed. The citizens are appointed. They apply to be on the Board of Adjustments, and then they are appointed by council.
So point of clarification, so I did reach out to Sarah of TML, and
I
she
read the email.
Okay, so she said that Board of Adjustments is kind of a rare thing, that now it might be in a big city, it might be not as rare, but usually in a small town, Board of Adjustments is a whole different, what she said, and I actually got this from also our attorney, I believe, that it is a whole separate purpose and function. It is for those exceptions to the rule. The commission handles the things that are more standard. So especially in a small town, she said, your Board of Adjustments maybe meets once or twice a year. Your commission is something that would be the regular, and so
I can tell you, a lot of citizens are gonna feel like they're being just pushed aside if you automatically just make it all council. So there it goes back to that trust and trying to get citizens to have more faith in you and all that. But like I said, there's no guarantee that y'all are, or even half of you will continue to be the council next year or the year after that. And it's really not fair for you just to automatically be the ones that get to hold that seat.
Okay, thank you, Robin. Mike Griffin?
Mike Griffin, 6247 Dry Creek Run. I am adamantly opposed to this council taking any action on appointing a zoning commission when we have in fact not discussed whether or not zoning is in the best interest of this community. I think it's very irresponsible for the council to take this step at this point, because there's a lot of things that should happen in a public hearing. A zoning commission is normally created by ordinance, and ordinance is something that we should be discussing as a community. So I am very opposed to any action being taken on this issue, and I became aware this evening that a representation was made that the P&Z committee was about to create or appoint a zoning commission, and I take personal exception to that, because that was never the intent, or to my knowledge, no action was ever taken by the P&Z committee to create a zoning commission. That's something that we haven't even addressed yet.
I think my understanding is, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think that's even possible. Legally, I don't think the committee can even form a commission. I think that has to be the council's decision, right?
No, I would agree with that, but
Okay.
there was, the question was sent to TML, and it's in writing that states the P&Z committee was about to create a zoning commission. And if that's true, I had no knowledge of that.
Me either.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Patrick Smith,
Who sent that to TML?
of number 14. Okay. Chad West. Okay, Tracy Hibbs. Okay. All right, any other discussion, or?
I say we let this one die.
Let it die. Yeah, let it die.
Okay. All right, I'm good with that. Okay, we've already covered number 15. Any general public comments? Let's see if we got those who've actually made it this far. Okay, Jack Sinkovich. Okay, Kevin Sinkovich. Okay, Robin Followill.
Robin Follow, 10658 County Road 2400. Just a few things that I wrote down. Earlier, you were brought up the fact about we were needing electricity on the building so that we could have security. Was that figured in the budget?
The security system's
and-
already bought, and yes, it's
Okay.
already, yes.
Just curious. Let's see here. Up here at the top, so prime example, I know that y'all are wanting to move all the general comments to the front of the meeting, but just like, if we did that, are we still gonna get to have our comments after every line item, or no?
It's up for council.
Because if you, even tonight, when some people have made comments, it's changed y'all's way of thinking. Prime example, when you were talking about the electrical bill, and Chad came up here and brought up the idea about the rate and needing to change it to a year instead of 5 years, that all changed your mind. We all do all of our, if we don't get to do our line items after, at least after every agenda item, stuff like that wouldn't have been brought up, and that could have hurt us big time financially in the long run if something would have went bad. So I still think if you, that's fine and whatever, I guess, if you want to let us do general comments at the front, but I still think it's very crucial to be able to comment after every line item or the agenda, or those points may not get made, and it may be something that is valuable to y'all, just like those things did, made you think different. So that's
Noted.
something to also maybe consider. Once again, I mean, it's been stated all night, even by council, it's just very important to have all the information in a timely manner, correct information, especially to council when they're trying to prep and answer all of our questions and discuss. And I just think it would be very unfair if you only let us speak at the beginning of the meeting. Even you give us 5 minutes, like you said, we're not going to have any idea, any input after even hearing what you have to say about it. Our feedback on what y'all discuss is number one. Remember, we're the ones that put you there. So y'all are there representing us. So it's important to hear what our feedback is after y'all make major decisions or discuss things. Also, like the packets, since there wasn't enough for everybody, and they're all done electronically because they're all printed out, are these how can somebody else that didn't get a packet be able to get one?
Share, I guess.
Well,
I mean,
are you going to be uploading that to the website? I mean,
well, that
that's
is a
stuff
goal.
That needs to
I mean, I haven't had any volunteers step up to do that. It
so
will take
if
some
I
time.
email you and say, hey, can you email me the whole packet? You're going to have to send that. I mean, we got to have a way to be able to get it if there wasn't enough copies made for the meeting.
I don't know the answer to that right now because I'm already there's already an over amount of work, let's put it that way. So to be done, and we have a part-time secretary. So I don't know what the answer is at this point. I hear you though. I think you're right. We need, it would be beneficial. And so, we'll be thinking that over.
Well, I mean, if you had a file that said October 18th, 2022 agenda packet,
And it's
someone
about
emails
30
you and
items.
says, I understand, and
Yeah.
someone emails you and or you have that in a folder, and someone says, hey, I wasn't able to get a packet because there wasn't enough. Can you email me those files? Well, then you go to that folder on your computer and you click.
And I have them organized in that manner. It's just, I can't promise something that I don't know. If you're saying the day of, I'm already busy putting packets together.
I'm talking about like in 2 days, if I email you and say, hey, there wasn't enough packets.
Yeah, if you, in 2 days,
I'm trying to make it
after
easier
the
to help
meeting,
communicate with
if
everybody
you want
how they
that-
can get the information they weren't provided at the meeting.
After the meeting, if you want to, but again, I'm working with huge deadlines. And so, but yeah, I can absolutely send that to you.
You can also email one of us.
They have
I mean,
it,
we have it.
so-
I'm going to be, really careful with what I send out to make sure I'm not, obviously I
Right.
can't send out like what the lawyers just sent us for
Right.
payment or anything. So I'll be really careful, but you could also email us. We all get it too.
All right,
And
thank you.
I'll also make a comment on Chad Delitas, just to clarify. No matter what happens, at least if I have anything to do with the ordinance, any expert like Chad was, he didn't sign up to speak, he was just an expert, which we're super appreciative of. We might have dodged a bullet there. We'll always be allowed to speak if called on.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Robin.
Thanks, Robin.
Shelley Smith? Mike Griffin? Tracy Hibbs?
Tracy Hibbs, 9441 County Road 2432. I would ask all the council members to please look over the packets that I sent to you. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me. But I want to ask you, when will you say enough is enough? And so slow the pace to get to a point where you're working in the best interests of the people that you serve. In the packet that I've given you, you will find that Tara Sinkovich used her abuse of power, and that's all I want to say about it. But it's there. There's the proof.
Those are strong words. You better, yes, ma'am, they are. All right. Patrick Smith?
Oh, I'm going to take you up on your offer that you made earlier. So we're going to go back to this issue of what you were aware of on or before the date that the annex building was moved, okay? On or before August 17th, 2022, were you aware that the methodology behind the map provided to farmers by Poetry did not conform to state law?
I'm not sure.
On or before August 17th, 2022.
I was in a construction project, so I had a lot going on.
Well, earlier you were adamant that you didn't know. Are you saying now that you're not sure?
Continue, please.
Okay. On or before August 17th, 2022, did you have in your possession a handwritten list of addresses that indicated properties that were not subject to franchise fees to FEC? And if you want me to rephrase it, I'll be glad
A
to.
handwritten list.
Did-
We were doing our best to try and figure it out at that time, so we worked on a list of what we thought might be outside the town. We were trying to do our due diligence on that, but then after talking with Samantha Crouch, they didn't want that. They wanted the shapefile, and we sent them the same shapefile that we sent them a year ago. But
Okay.
she did she did make sure that it was, she went over it a lot to make sure that everything was absolutely correct. And, but I can't view shapefiles. I don't have the program to view that.
Okay, so you don't recall any handwritten list of addresses that was some attempt to determine these are the people that should not?
No, I just said that I did that.
Okay, very good.
Yes.
Now, on or before August 17th, 2022, were you aware that the town's GIS person had prepared an improved map to be sent to FEC to help resolve this issue of who should be charged the franchise fee?
She was asked to do so, so yes. So one thing that we did know is the mapping. So in this summer, the mapping was improved by the whole network. So what I did recognize, and she, in fact, when she was helping P&Z committee, a lot of her work was wiped out because it did update. So she had to do the update, and so it was much more clear than it had been in years past, and so it was a much improved version.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, David Watson, or Daryl Watson, is that you?
Gone but not forgotten.
Oh, well, yeah, I stayed. Okay, disclaimer or full disclosure, whatever. I'm just one of the gang. I'm just one drop in the bucket, okay, folks?
Can you say your address, please?
Daryl Watson, 6423 Green Meadow Lane.
Thank you.
I'm no better than anybody. I'm no less than anybody. And I don't envy a single person that has had anything to do with the town of Poetry. We've all watched it happen. It's developed slowly but surely. We've stumbled, we've fallen, we've tripped, but we've tripped others along the way. Some of us really have. So to try to stay on point and do it in less than 3 minutes, I wrote a little deal here. I'm just going to read it. It's styled like an open letter, and we've been talking about code of ethics. We've been talking about legal issues. We all hold ourselves accountable to the highest authority, and there is moral value, I hope, still alive and well. I have something tonight that will either be received well or considered to be self-righteous and inappropriate. I pray that it's not the latter. This is a fledgling town made up of some amazing people, some of which have roots that go back several generations. This town is just getting its feet on the ground and doing a good job of it, considering all the malcontents and obstructionists that make it their aim in life to bicker, complain, and plant seeds of doubt. whether it's simply a lack of willingness to be part of the solution instead of part of the problem, I'll just reserve comment. This council was elected in good faith to serve our community and develop the groundwork to a stronger future that will benefit us all. It may be that the council is 100% on board in that goal, or it may be that there is some imbalance among themselves on just how to do so. That, my friends, is exactly what democracy looks like. Votes matter. Votes among council members matter in their own respect, as ours as a whole matter at the polls. In the meantime, I ask those detractors to consider this. Are you part of the solution or the problem? Are you chasing lofty dreams of hearing yourself talk? Are you seeking recognition for being so persistent in negativity? Do you have self-confidence, or do you need notoriety by being the mouthpiece for an angry faction of individuals who are no more than sore losers from the election? I encourage each and every person to find it within themselves to pursue only that I encourage each and every person to find it within themselves to pursue only that which you first do, but you first do some soul searching on. Prayer should precede the spoken word. Finding peace can be achieved when we let God direct our paths. You know, I'm quivering, I'm nervous. You guys are doing the hard work, and it just kills me. I mean, it's important for me to be here. Some of you know the situation. I've got a wife laying up at the house that's had a stroke, and I can't leave her at home. Y'all sacrificed your time. I gave you mine. I listened to all this bull crap, and I'm tired of it. People need to start working together.
Thank you, Darrell.
You're here.
It's a good reminder. So, well, one thing I can say is a lot of towns don't have this much citizen involvement. Most towns have 5 or 6 show up, and we have an amazing number of people. So, but your words are a good reminder. Thank you. With that,
Well, before you break that, did Simeon's motion to not move the septic talk to later during this agenda, or to a later agenda?
I meant to a later agenda.
Yeah, to
Okay.
the next meeting.
Specified.
table to the next agenda is what I have.
So exactly what I meant. Okay.
Yeah.
Until we,
making sure.
when we get
We
the
just
lease
didn't like yours.
thing going.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, Darrell was the last one. You did? Do you, so I have the email.
Get it online.
Okay, let's allow it.
Okay, that may have been my error. I did see you. Come on, I did get your email, but I didn't see the general comments part of that. But do you have that? Okay,
Speak.
please do.
Chad McFarland, 19850 FM 986. Just got a couple of questions. Do we know how many miles of roads that the town is responsible for maintaining?
Well, it is 26 miles minus the private roads, because I did get verification, and we do not have to take care of the private roads. And then we have 4 private roads. I'm still measuring out the .45 for Holly Creek Road, so it's roughly half a mile, and then the others I'm still measuring. So it's 26 minus whatever those 4 private roads are.
It's my understanding that that 26 miles of roads also includes the FM 986, FM
No.
1565. So I'm incorrect in that?
Those are maintained by the state.
Right, so 26 miles is
Minus-
county roads minus a few private roads. Does not include anything to do with FM
It could be a
986.
couple miles. I'm just not sure yet.
Okay.
I have to spend time on that.
So ballparking, say 20 miles of roads that that we're responsible for. Is that a good ballpark number?
2022.
Okay.
Possibly.
That's, I just was trying to get, different subject. If I heard correctly, y'all received 4 months' worth of legal invoices. And the May one was $5,023 and some change. Can I get the month and the totals for the remaining legal invoices? I mean, just the grand total. I'm not asking for specifics. I would, and I think citizens would have a right to know is how much we have sitting out there.
Well, and again, though, we're going to hopefully negotiate a little bit of that.
I
There was a
understand,
couple
but it
areas,
still
yeah.
would be a
June-
number.
19,420.87.
19,420,
87 is for.
that's the total amount.
That's the discounted amount of 4 invoices.
And that 19,000, the 5,023 is included in that 19,000?
That is correct.
Okay.
And that
So we have
represents
just
May-
under 20,000,
May, June, July, August.
just under 20,000 in legal bills outstanding that may be marked down some more, maybe not.
Left.
No, 15 left.
Well, yeah, you're paying 5,000 this.
Paying 5, so we got
Okay.
14 or so left.
That's cool. Just, like I said, I'm trying to get information where I'm not having to pay an open records fee. Then, the last, question, and I don't remember how long ago, probably 6, 8 months ago, Mayor, you were charged with having the state conduct a speed study on 986 and 1565 to investigate speed limit. And we haven't heard anything back about that. So I'm just curious as to if the state even agreed to perform the speed study.
Do you want me to answer that right now?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I'm glad you asked. So I did reach out to them like 3 times. They did conduct the study. I was informed by Lane Selman, the TxDOT representative for the area, that for Kaufman portion of the area, that it was performed. They did find that it was 50 miles per hour was what they're slotting for that portion, 986. I haven't, he said he hasn't gotten the formal report of that. As soon as I do, then I will be, bringing that to council.
So the 50 miles an hour, and I know my time's up now, is that just like right around 986, or do we have any?
I don't have the parameters. I don't
Okay.
know how they did it. I haven't received anything in writing.
Okay.
Okay. Mhm.
Thanks, Chad.
Thank you, Chad. Meeting adjourned.